कस्टमर है, उनको भी सत्तर अठारह जो कर रहे हैं हमसे तो नहीं होगा। हम काम देंगे तो काम देंगे।
तो ठीक भी है, फिर ये सब दोनों ही कम है। दिलवा तो मेरा 8,000 रुपये जब से मारा तब से खाना काम देता जब फोन उठाएंगे दस मारा फोन नहीं अपने घर में अपनी बीवी उनको पैसा मिल रहा है, मैं लाकर चलो ना बीवी बस चलो पड़ेगा।
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
Indo-Israel trauma course and mass casualty scenario. I hope you enjoyed yesterday. How was the yesterday's session? जोर से बोलो और जोर से. I hope you have learned many things yesterday and today also we will continue this learning. किसी को कोई भी सवाल हो, कोई भी दिक्कत हो, आप प्लीज पूछ सकते हैं हिंदी में, अंग्रेजी में, जिसमें भी पूछ you are comfortable in, and we are here to answer your questions.
नमस्कार टू एवरीबॉडी. हम लोग ने डे 1 सेशन 1 से बोल रहे हैं कि हम लोग को सीखना है, तो सीखने के लिए पूछना होगा और पूछने के लिए लैंग्वेज बैरियर नहीं होता है. सो हम हिंदी में बोले, इंग्लिश में बोले, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. जो बात आपको पूछनी हो आप हमसे पूछो, मैं इनको फॉरवर्ड करूँगा. आप सबके लिए भी है, ठीक है? जो कुछ है पूछिए. थैंक यू.
So today we'll start our session with the lecture from Guy, and he'll talk about pre-hospital management in MCI.
Okay, good morning everybody. We'll continue, and I'm going to talk this morning session about pre-hospital multi-casualty incidents management, and talk a little bit about the response and the way we do it back home in Israel. And as we were talking yesterday, we are presenting and sharing our experience, because as we all told you yesterday, systems are different, reality is different, and the idea is to listen, to hear, to take things that you might be use here with your reality. So we are already familiar with this emergency management cycle, and if yesterday we were talking about the preparedness, today I'm going to talk a little bit about the response to the different scenarios. And the different scenarios, as you already know, can be conventional multi-casualty incidents. We were talking a little bit yesterday when Dr. Poles presented the part of the chemical threat, but there's the radiological threat, the biological threat as well, earthquake, fires, severe weather, and for some of the country like Israel, wartime scenarios that influence the medical community as well. One of the things that is kind of a new threat, but it always should be considered, is the issues of cyber terror and cyber attack. Unfortunately, we had 2 years ago an incident where one of the hospitals was attacked and the entire system, computer system, was shut down. When I'm going back home, unfortunately, the issue of terror is an ongoing threat for us. And Gila mentioned yesterday the terror attack in Mumbai. During the presentation, we're going to give you some examples of terror attacks, and we're going to talk about the response. And we heard yesterday, and you're going to hear today again and again and again, the issue of cooperation and coordination and the idea of a teamwork. And when I'm going back home, I'm coordinating with a few major players in the multi-casualty incidents arena, starting with the police, the fire, the Israeli Defense Force, and the Home Front Command that are stepping in mainly in wartime scenarios or very, very, very large multi-casualty incidents. On the other side, we work together with the medical forces of the Israeli Defense Force on routine and day-to-day activities. Just for example, yesterday we had a severe car accident somewhere in Israel, and our air med unit was busy in responding to another car accident, so military air med unit was dispatched to the scene, and we worked together. And then we have the hospitals and the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Public Security that is responsible by law to the fire authorities and the police, the Ministry of Health, and the local authorities that are part of the entire response plan. And as mentioned, teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. Nobody can win this challenge by himself. And if I'm driving down a little bit to the reality of what's going on, so whatever happened in the civilian arena, the Israeli police, the Israeli National Police, will be the incident commander. They will be in charge. They will coordinate. They will manage the incidents. But the professional resources and forces like the fire and Magen David Adom, the national EMS, will do their part in responding to the scenario. What do you see in the picture? Road accident. And a bomb. Road accident, bomb. Blast. It's a road accident, but let's talk a little bit about the idea of responding. How many casualties do you see here? 2. I don't think it's work here. There. So there are 2 casualties lying down here, but how many scenes do you see? How many crashed cars do you see? There's one here, there's one here, there's one here, there's one here. So at least 4 scenes. How many medical personnel do you see here? 1. So what's the scenario? It's a multi-casualty incident. Because at the bottom line, you have 1 medical provider. You can see now at this moment 2 lying down casualties. Nobody really knows what are the situation here. But we still have another at least 4 sites that we might have casualties. And when you go and talk about definitions of multi-casualty incidents, there's a lot of definition. And Dr. Bahus mentioned yesterday the issue of the ratio between the casualties and the resources. And as you can see, there's no number in the definition because it's all about the ratio. the ratio between the resources and the casualties. And we were talking yesterday, when we talked about preparedness, about a plan. The plan at the bottom line and in the first stage is to get to a point that we will balance this scale, that we will have enough resources to take care of the casualties. And I'm going to take us backwards in time a little bit and talk what happened? About terror. Too much. About terrorist attacks happened in Israel in the beginning of the 2000s, when we had a lot of suicide attacks and a lot of terrorist attacks. And you can see in this data that within those years we had, yeah. You can hear me? Okay, now I'm going to make you nervous because I'm going to run all over. So, in those period of time, actually a lot of terrorist attack, actually thousands of incidents, starting with suicide attacks, like you can see in the back of the picture, stoning, shooting, etc. But when we analyze the data and we talk about the suicide bombers, they killed most of the fatalities during those years, and you can see the data. It's about 0.5% of the entire incident, but it killed about 50%. And I'm going to share with you a short video. It's a very graphic one that actually demonstrates one of those incidents. Happened in Jerusalem in 2004. And what you see here is a scene response. You can see FDA people. You can see the surrounding area of the incident. This is the bus from inside. The bomb technicians are working on the bus. This is the roof of the bus. You can see that we are still evacuating casualties. And this is the entrance to the bus. So whoever is going up to take care of casualties actually have to go through to evacuate the casualties. Those are the bags that the bomb technician have to check to make sure there is no secondary device. This is the yarmulke of the Jewish religious people. And those are two bomb technicians talking about the spread out of the bodies due to the massive explosion. And cell phones, they keep ringing and ringing and ringing, where family members are looking for their beloved one. And, excuse me, we're going to go a little bit through the time frame, and this is actually the back, a print screen of the command and control system that demonstrate the route of the ambulances. You can see the green vehicles and the ambulances are rushing to the scene. You can see the time frame that in a minute an MCI was declared. Dispatch have activated the protocol, the standing operational procedure, and work step by step. And we're going to talk a little bit about what are those steps. Within 5 minutes, we have 4 basic life support ambulances and some of our first responders taking care of the casualties. Few minutes later, we have the first advanced life support unit and 7 basic life support ambulances. Now, on the screen, you can see that there are some ambulances. Can you hear me? There are some ambulances over here and some over here. What's here in the middle? The scene, the bus. Now, when we analyze the scene and go to a textbook, one of the most important things that it's written everywhere, clear routes to get to the scene and get out from the scene. And this is one of the challenge for us back in Israel, and from what we have seen here, for you as well, due to the heavy traffic that we have here. At 9:05, the first evacuation has been performed, and you can see the accumulation of resources, and you can see the lines, the green one and the pinkish one. Those are the routes of the ambulances, and you can see that most of the vehicles are coming on the same roads. Why? Because they are coordinated. Going back to the previous slide, coordination, teamwork, all working together, and within 26 minutes of the scene, the last casualties is evacuated from the scene. If I summarize the time frame, you can see from the beginning till the end, you can see the amount of resources. And one of the things that we have in the plan, and it's very, very important, is the ability to accumulate a big amount of resources to the scene very, very quickly. And when we're talking about trauma, we all remember that bleeding is a killer. And the importance of blood for the casualties is obvious. MDA, as part of its duties, is responsible for the blood services, so we provide blood to the different hospitals.
יש לך מגע רופט שם עם החוט בכיס, תבדוק שאתה אותו תדבר עכשיו?
1, 2.
עכשיו כן, תחזיק את זה מחוץ לכיס, זה שאתה...
Okay. So, in a minute, we activate the MCI protocol, we are notifying our blood services, and they are coordinating the blood to the different hospitals. And the big questions, of course, is how many casualties? And in this particular incident, MDA teams evacuated 37 casualties. 19 casualties were self-evacuated. This is a thing that probably Mickey and others are going to talk a little bit about later on, that it's often happened that before the first ambulance shows on the step door of the hospital, the first casualties will self-evacuate it and be there. 10 people were pronounced dead on scene. And another duty that we have to accomplish during those incidents is what we call the secondary relocation of casualties. And you can see here that 2 casualties were secondary relocated from hospitals. And the reason is that on the primary triage they were transported probably to a nearby hospital or another hospital, and on the second or third survey of triage they were defined that they need other kind of medical care. For example, in this incident, one of the casualties that were transported to Bikur Cholim, it's a local, it used to be a small hospital, it's gone actually, that have an eye injury has been transported to another hospitals. Another thing that you can see that the casualties are evacuated to several hospitals, and even the red patients, the critical patients, are divided between the hospitals to different destinations to avoid the overwhelming of the city. On the other hand, we all know that an urgent patient with uncontrolled bleeding, for example, will always go to the nearest hospitals. And this is what I call a virtual incident. Why a virtual incident? Because it's made data out of 32 or 36 incidents happen around the state of Israel, all suicide bombers, most of them on buses, and you can see that the response is very, very quickly. The triage probably as well, because within less than 12 minutes, the casualties are on their way to the hospitals. So what are the challenges in those scenarios? And I'm talking about the pre-hospital challenges and some of the examples. It's a chaotic phase. You saw the film. A lot of resources on the scene, people shouting, casualty screaming, looking for the urgent casualty is the most important thing, because those are the ones that we can save. How you manage the scene, how you make sure that the resources are sent to the right place, how you keep the safety of your people. We talked yesterday about the chemical incidents, and in those scenarios it's obvious. If you will step in without the protection gear, you're probably going to fall down. But the question for those scenarios is, how do you respond? An explosion happened, a device exploded. Are you entering the scene, or are you waiting for the bomb squad? What's the answer? Waiting or getting in? Waiting. Okay, we'll talk about it later on. But this is an issue, a challenge. What is your doctrine? You play and you stay and play, in quotation mark, take care of the casualties, or you rush them to the hospitals? And a very, very, very big issue is the medical ethics in multi-casualty incidents. Because at the bottom line, on those scenarios, you have to make decision that meaning life, meaning or making the decision, are you start to resuscitate, or you're not wasting, in quotation mark, resources. And we're going to talk about this area when we're going to talk about triage. And we mentioned the issues of the command and control challenge, and this is the chart of the overall command structure when we have the EMS, the police, the fire and rescue. And the idea again is how to coordinate. On this presentation, we're going to focus, of course, on the emergency medical issues and talk a little bit about triage, about staging, yes or no, what kind of treatment do we provide, how we transport. And the challenges, as you can see, are big. Who's responsible for the issues? On the other hand, how do you control the scene with all those responders? Do you have a chain of command and the need of a clear-cut chain of command? Communication. We were talking about communication yesterday in the hospital. The same goes to the scene. Although hospitals and fields are different, the problems and the challenges are quite the same. The goal is obvious. Save as many lives as possible. And when you go to the scenes, it's actually two parallel paths. One dealing with command and control, one dealing with taking care of the casualties. And we're going to talk a little bit in the next couple of slides of how we work back in Israel, how the incident started and how it's ended. And it's all start with a phone call that comes to one of our dispatch centers. And the idea is to get information, receive the information from different channels, And then somebody has to make the decision. There is a multi-casualty incident, push the button and activate the multi-casualty incidents protocol. And then the snowball starts and the response is started. After starting the response, actually, the dispatch center will build up the incidents report or the SITRAP situation report and will update whoever is needed according to the protocol. One of the most important part of this is sending MDA liaison officers to the hospitals. This person will actually share the information that the pre-hospital have with the hospital. Very, very important. Numbers, time of arrival, severity of casualties, and this information that is so important in the field is crucial in the hospital. Dispatch will actually decide where the casualties will go, to which hospital. They will always try to avoid an overwhelming of one hospital. That means spreading around the casualties according to two main categories. One, the severity of the injury, and of course, if it's a severe multi-trauma patient, we will try to take it to a trauma center like Rambam. On the other hand, if it's a patient that is not stable with uncontrolled bleeding, it will go to the nearest hospital, and then we might do the secondary transport as we mentioned earlier. Although we have a multi-casualty incidents, there are still routine calls that we have to take care of them because lives continue. There are still heart attack and car accident. And I mentioned the secondary relocation of the casualties. So phase one ended? No, it just started because the crews are on their way to the scene. And one of the things that we learned that the time between dispatching from the station and getting to the scene is a very, very crucial period of time where you can prepare yourself, you can get ready to the scene. And this is why we have the protocols, the checklist to the ambulance staff as well, and the senior crew member on the ambulance will brief his crew. They will get their personal protection equipment, like you can see in the picture. We are carrying helmets and body armors in all of our ambulances, and organize the needed equipment that it's not the day-to-day setup. I'm going to talk about it later on. Okay, so we arrive to the scene, and this time can be minute, 2, or can be 10 or 15 minutes drive. It usually depend on where the incidents are, how heavy the traffic is. So the first crews will arrive to the scene. He will evaluate the scene and provide dispatch with the primary report of the incidents. What happened here? Okay. We want to know very few details. What happened? Where? Where is the exact location? Although you saw that we have GPS locator on the ambulance, bear in mind that sometimes the ambulance will not park on the scene because it's a big market, for example, or it's an explosion site where you have to keep the safety distance. How many casualties? This is the $1 million questions, and the answer is not so simple. Routes of arrival, and the establishment and declaration of the incident commander. Now, we learned that it's crucial that someone will be the incident commander. And as I mentioned, there is a strict chain of command, of medical command, within our response plan. The first EMT on the ambulance, and then the paramedic, and then, if they will arrive, somebody from the managerial level. One of the things that we learn that is very crucial, that the incident commander will be identified very clearly on the scene. This is why he's wearing this very ugly yellow hat. You can see it. Not only a hat, there's others, command and control accessories that he might use, radio, mobile phone, portable loudspeaker, a very, very, very important tool of managing a scene, the action protocol, and there is a common radio frequency that we can talk and communicate with other agencies, although the use of this channel is very low due to the amount of walkie-talkies, of devices that we have within the agency. This guy, the incident commander, have a code name. It will be, if I'll translate it to English, not to Hindu, sorry, Commander 10 or Command 10, and whoever is involved in the scene response know that he, when he arrives to the scenes, have to look for the incident commander and find him, report to him, and ask him simply, what do you want me to do? The incident commander can declare sub-commanders according to the needs. One of the things that we always have to remember, that commanders are managers and they are not taking care of the casualties. So if you appoint a lot of sub-commanders, you are wasting resources. So the decision when to appoint them is according to the incidents, according to how many casualties and how many resources do you have. And there's basically 3 sub-commanders. One will take care of the transporting resources, meaning the ambulance. He will stage them, arrange them, and send them to the scene, to the nearby scene. Then we have the evacuation officer that is responsible to load the patient on the ambulance, make sure that the urgent casualties go first, that somebody is escorting them with equipment, and somebody is taking care of the medical treatment and controlling the amount of resources that are sent to the different sectors. Getting back a little bit and talking about what's going on the scene, the incident commander, MDA incident commander, Commander 10, will join the other emergency agencies commander, as you can see in the picture, and they will coordinate and manage together the incidents. Meanwhile, or afterwards, MDA incidents commander will divide the scene into sectors. That means he will appoint a sector or in the area that he will be able to send the teams to this section. And the idea of or the reason that we do it, to avoid an overwhelming of part of the casualties. That means when we divide the scene into the sectors, the incident commander can manage his resources and say to one crew, you will go there, you, the second group, go there. And those sectors are divided and by objects on the scene. For example, from the traffic light to the post office, or from the exploded bus to the next junction, things that we can relate to them and they will not disappear, like cars, bags, etc. And I mentioned the challenge of the explosion site. I'm going to show you a little video about an incident that happened in Dimona several of years ago, and we're going to talk about it. Again, some graphic footage. This is a scene core of a suicide bomber. This is one of our crew members, happened to be on the scene. He is reporting. And we go into the scene. What do we see? We see some lying down casualties, some body remains. You can see the first ambulance gurney on scene. The bomb technician is already on the scene, the guy with the blue shirt. One of our first responders approached this patient, trying to assist him. They're exposing the chest. And what's happened? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Why they left the gurney? Why they left this lady that's lying down there? Any ideas? The second guy with the brownish jacket is the second suicide bomber. When they exposed the chest, they realized that he is carrying a device. So the area was immediately clear because safety is important. The second bomb technician arrived to the scene, and the big issue is that this guy is still alive. Watch his hand, his right hand, his left hand is in his pocket. Why in his pocket? The switch. So how you manage this scene? Whoop. Okay. How you manage the scene? Did the crews work right according to the protocol when they went in? Yes? No?
Yes.
Yes. Who said yes? Why?
They responded. They visually inspected the scene. They thought it was safe, so they went in.
So you think the scene was safe?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
No. But still, they worked right. Because our protocol, our standing operation procedures that are right for us says when you have casualties in those scenarios, you're not waiting for the bomb squad. You're working together, wearing protection gear. The guys that you saw on the film didn't wear protection gear because they were on the scene almost immediately. And we coordinate the activities in the scene. The idea is getting the casualties out from the scene core as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the bomb technicians are working on the scene. Few things regarding those kind of scenes. First of all, ambulances will park on a safe perimeter. The use of protection gear. We will get in and grab out the casualties very quickly, providing only life-saving procedures, and never, 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 never take any bags or personal belongings of the casualties with us to the hospital. Why? Because we don't know what we are carrying into the hospital. It might be a secondary device. But let's be optimistic. And it's just a bag. But the bag fell down on the entrance to the emergency department in the middle of a multi-casualty incident. So what do we have? A suspected object in the emergency department. By the way, this is the reason, not the only, but one of the reasons that within our protocols, bomb technicians are responding to the hospital as well as to the scene to make sure that nothing was brought by our people or by the person who are self-evacuated, or they're trying to get the secondary device in the hospitals. Let's get back in time and getting back to the scene. The incident commander sent the crews and the teams to the sectors. They are looking for the casualties. If it's an explosion site or a danger site, they will remove them to a safe place. Triage and life-saving procedures, and we're going to talk about triage later on. The importance of marking the casualties is crucial to avoid a situation where we approach and reassess the same patient again, and again. And a feedback should come to the incident commander that he can build up the situation report of what's going on the scene to build up and understand the incident. We're going to talk later on about the surveys and what we do on what stage, but the idea is that on the first steps, each medical provider works in the sector that he was assigned to, and we are looking for the urgent casualties. because those are the patients that we want to focus on, because we need to save them. Most of the patients in multi-casualty incidents will survive without us. And Dr. Bachus showed you the data yesterday. But the challenge on the scene, that is much more complicated than in hospital, is to find them, assess them, triage them, perform life-saving procedures, and marking. And there are different ways to mark patients. We are using a paper tag, and the idea is that the stripes actually define the severity and helps us to mark on the first stage of the multi-casualty incident that this patient has been assessed, and somebody, a medical provider, made a decision that he is urgent, being red, or he is non-urgent, or maybe he is already dead, and this will always be done by an ALS provider. Getting back to the scene, one of the most important things at the bottom line is to evacuate the casualties as soon as possible. So at the bottom line, you want to coordinate the routes, you want to assess the casualties, you want to reassess the casualties, and get the casualties from the scene as soon as possible. We were talking about MDA representative at the hospital. He will coordinate and share the information about incoming patient to the hospital, and the dispatch center who's the one who will decide to which hospital the casualties or the ambulance are go, and how many casualties to each and every ambulance. Again, urgent casualties are the first one to go. In trauma, we reassess, and you probably know the patient, and reassess, and we try to continue the medical care en route to the scene, and do the documentation if it's not delaying the transport of the patient. Let's get back. Okay, we're talking about this slide. And whenever an ambulance is actually leaving the scene, he will report to dispatch and will receive the destination. The incident commander, Commander 10, will always update dispatch about what's going on. The incident commander will coordinate the response, make sure that the routes are open, because this is one of the most tough challenges for us back in home. Evacuating the casualties, and this is the thing that you hear me saying time after time, because we know that an urgent patient or an urgent victim can be saved in most of the time in the hospital. So get the urgent patient and evacuate them as soon as possible. There are different methods of scene response. I mentioned the scoop and run. There is another doctrine, I will say called stay and play. And usually it's happened when you don't have the capabilities to evacuate the casualties. And then you have to gather them, to stage them, to continue the medical care, and only then transport them. So for us, in most of the scenarios, we don't need it, because we have enough resources, we have a plan. Unfortunately, we have the experience. But even for us, in some of the incidents, we might need to do it. So we have it within our plans, and we're going to talk a little bit about it on the next presentation. But when we're done with the patient and the casualties, the incident is not over yet, because there's a step or a time mark where we evacuate all the casualties. We want to reassess the scene, make sure that we didn't forget any of them. There are dead people that have to be declared. We have to get back to the station and get back to full operational capabilities or ability as soon as possible, because we don't know when the next incidents happen. And then a very, very important part of the response is the debriefing, when we actually summarize the incident. And the debriefing takes place few hours after the incident. After we collect the primary data, that means we have the time schedule, we listen to the system recordings, understanding what happened, and we have amounts of casualties, resources, and evacuation destination. And then we go to the operational debriefing, understand what's happened, what the crews did right, what happened and they did wrong, and it still happened in some of the incidents. And the idea is to learn, to understand, and to avoid the further or the next pitfall in those scene response. Later on, the medical officer will do the medical debriefing about the urgent casualties. And another very, very important thing that we always should bear in our mind is the stress debriefing. When we gather our people a few hours after the incident, we let them ventilate. We let them talk, let them speak, let them share feelings, emotion among them friends. We have the ability to activate professional people if needed. And at this point, talking about stress debriefing, I will share with you a personal feeling. And I'll start with this, that whoever tells you that is not influenced by those incidents is a liar. Excuse my language. Because those incidents affect us. Even if it's in the scene and as well as in the hospitals. And there are different ways to cope with this. And during the years of 2000s, when we have those terrible terrorist attacks, my kids were still younger. They're quite old today, 27. When I came back after being on one of the scene, after getting a shower, even if it was in the middle of the night, I was walking to their room, wake them up, and they were, looking at me with blazing eyes. What do you want from me in the middle of the night? But this touch and this sense of normality after those horrible sights, smells, noise, helped me personally to get back to reality. Any questions, folks? Thank you. Yeah.
How does the
Can somebody provide a mic?
how does the unified
No, for him.
How does the unified command center decide on which patients are to be evacuated first or not? You use some kind of a scoring system or?
First of all, the unified command post, it's a name, because the primary unified command post will be probably near the police car, where the police officer, the MDA commander, and the fire chief will gather together without any vehicle, tents, or any stuff. On the other hand, the medical people will triage the patient, and the idea is when we have resources and red patient, providing life-saving procedures and evacuate them. Tomorrow we're going to talk, I think, or today, we're going to talk about triage on the field, And basically we're going to see that each and medical provider, especially the ALS people, can make the decision and get the patient, the red patient, to the hospitals as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question, sir. Good morning, sir, from India. A stress debriefing in the perception of the medical first responder and security person. Please explain this.
I'm not sure I understand the questions about security on the scene.
Previous slide, you have explained the stress debriefing.
The debriefing session?
Sir.
Okay, the debriefing session, aftermath of the incident, is to make the learning process of what's happening on the scene. Am I right in answering your question? I think I'm not. So, about the stress debriefing?
Stress debriefing for the security.
Okay.
And medical responders.
Okay, I can talk and relate for the medical community. Basically, we use the debriefing for letting the people to ventilate. That means share the emotions, and we can activate some specialists that can gather the people. And these are the things that we do with the crews: gather them together a day after or 2 days after, and with the leading professional, they do what they need to do. As well as those steps within our people, we have some people that were trained in some Red Cross programs of primary psychological assessment, that they can do not an intervention, but they can talk and, raise the awareness of the issues of using the professional or session if needed. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We'll take a short tea break and we'll come back in 10 minutes to resume the session. like to invite Professor Harbathal sir, and he'll take his lecture on triage in MCI hospital approach.
Okay, good morning. So you see, unlike yesterday, we came with suit and ties. Now we are no suits, no ties, sleeves. We're going to work. So, 1 minute. Okay, we are going to speak now about what maybe one of the most important things when you talk about MCI or emergency preparedness, and this is the role of the triage. For the last 2 days, we are walking around your emergency room, and we see how many patients that you have all the time. But still, this is not the same as MCI, because this is continuous overloading, surge capacity, but it's in a way different to the actual MCI triage, and I will go and talk to you about few things about triage and what is the difference, and I will talk about the triage. Already Guy started to talk about the scene. There is questions about the scenes, and I will talk about the scene a little bit also, not only in the hospital. So we all know what's the role of the triage. First, to understand and identify those that need urgent care. What we are doing in the triage process is only most necessary procedure, A, B, sometimes C. The major issue is how to match. There is a mismatch between your resources and the amount of casualties. And you have to try to match the casualty to the need available resources. And the idea is to narrow the time span of this mismatch. So if something will happen now in a hospital, and we have 100 patients coming into hospital in 1 minute, so obviously now there is a MCI, right? But once all of us will go over there and will be enough staff to work on the casualties, this mismatch is going to narrow. So our aim is again to accumulate resources, and it's not only personnel, it's also equipment and many other things. It can be mismatch of operating room, intensive care beds. So we are trying to narrow the amount of those mismatch. One of the things that's extremely important, I will talk about it more, is this rain. One of the is the issue of preventing the chaos and inside the hospital, and we'll talk about the roles of the triage officer to do that. Okay, that's fine. So all this is done during triage. So we use triage when there is this mismatch, and one needs to understand. No, that's right. So what now needs to understand that triage is not an episode. It's not a one time, right? It's a process. It's a process that starts from the scene, and I will go through the process all together, and you see that even in the hospital, you have multiple episodes of triage. So, where do we have triage? The first one is the field treatment triage. And there was a question, who does the triage at the field in Israel? It's the paramedic, what they say is the medical people, and they do medical triage, meaning they go casualty to the casualty and decide on the acuity and the severity of the injuries and what if something needs to be done. So that's the first one. So treatment triage. The second triage that's done still at the scene, right, is the evacuation triage. Because what they do is they gathered all the casualties and they have the Commander 10 at the scene, and he goes and says, okay, so the patient casualty is ready to be transported into the hospital. He will tell him, you go to this hospital or to that hospital because of many reasons. One is who is the level 1 or level 2. Second, if there is a patient, though you are close to level 2 hospital, but this is a patient that needs airway or is bleeding, so you need to do something immediate, this is another reason to do. So he takes all those considerations. Once you get into the hospital, it's what we call the front door triage, the one that stands in the entrance to the hospital and decides on the casualties that are coming in, who goes where, the red area, the green area, the yellow area, or the black area, who goes where inside the hospital. Then there is the critical resource triage, right? So this is the guy that is in charge on the event inside the emergency room. That's the role of Hani at our hospital. Because once the treatment teams are doing the initial assessment and treatment, they come to Hani and says, Hani, this patient needs intensive care bed. This patient needs radiology. This patient needs operating room. But according to the severity and the acuity, it decides who goes first where. Okay? So this is critical resource triage. And then there is the term hospital secondary triage. This term talks about two things. The first one, once you finish everything. So there was an MCI, few hours, you managed to get all the triage, all the patient casualty in. Obviously, you did only damage control, right? So what you do is, you go now, after everything is finished, the team goes patient by patient and see what didn't we treat, still with these fractures to take the operating room, that we couldn't do it on the immediate time, but we have to do it. And then obviously we have to decide, because if you have a patient with 2 femurs broken, his acuity is not the same if you have someone with, broken hand, right? So you have to do another triage. And then there's another term for secondary triage that Guy was talking about, because sometimes, and this depends on 2 things. For instance, Rambam. If we have at Rambam, which is a big hospital, right, level 1, but we have our capabilities. If there will be a mega mesh crisis event, right? So we have 1,000 casualties. We will not be able to treat 1,000 casualties, obviously. So we are becoming the secondary triage hospital. So they are bringing casualties to us. For instance, 2 years ago, up in the north, there was a big event. There was a religious event, and overcrowding, and people were run over. Very close to the event, there was a district hospital. Obviously, most of the casualties came first over there. It was overwhelming for them. So what they have done is only decide, okay, do the basics and do a secondary triage to Rambam and other hospitals, right? So these terms consist of 2 things. So what are the issues when we talk about triage? First is the personnel, and we talk who are the people that needs to be, and when we talk about the position of the triage, it's extremely important to decide the location. Because the location that you put the triage officer in the hospital, it has to be in a strategic location that nobody will be able to go around him. Cannot be that any patient will go into the hospital without being triaged. And this location is not standing by himself. because he, the physician, or we'll talk about who is doing the triage, but the guy that's doing the triage, or the triage officer, is doing the medical triage. But next to him, there has to be an administrator that will put the filing, the numbers, the iron numbers, because we cannot register all the names initially. So he had to put the files with all the paperwork and everything on the patient and have a band on his hand that will know each patient, that we will not make mistakes later on with blood work, blood bank. So once the triage officer is doing the medical triage, the administrator is seeing that this casualty is one-to-one identified with the file and an iron number. A third thing that's happening in this location, we take pictures of the casualties. Because later on, when we have the loved one, the family is looking for the casualties, they need to be identified. In Israel, we have a system, I know that you don't have it, but still, for the future, that you can be on the other side of the country, and you can go into a hospital where they have this, all around Israel, they have the system, obviously not by yourself, and you can identify casualties from far. So you don't have to go hospital by hospital in order to find your loved ones, right? So someone takes the picture, it has to be in the triage officer. Obviously, in this area, has to be infrastructure, has to be electricity, has to be lights, has to be computer systems, and all the rest. So the registration is done, identification is done. You need to have a communication, because it's very important that triage officer will be able to communicate with all the other key stakeholders of the hospital, who the guy that runs the event, to understand how many beds you have in the shock trauma room, because then you will be able to divert the casualties into the right area. One of the things that you need security. The area needs to be sterile. You cannot have overwhelming families. The worst are reporters. They want to take pictures, right? So they have to be a sterile area. Obviously, you have to give a place for the media, right? It's very important. But you have to get some kind of relationship with the media. They cannot disturb the area of the triage officer. You need to have training for the triage officer. It's not simple to get a good triage officer. And I talked about the sterile area. One needs to understand it's very hard to triage. It's not simple, because within seconds, you have to make a quick decision, right? Because one of the things that we are all, as physicians, are used to, we are used to treating patients. But when you're doing triage, the idea is to move patients, not to treat patients. So most of us, it's against our natural thing to do. Another thing is that once MCI is declared, the first appointment that you do is the guy that's going to be the triage, and you send him immediately over there. Why? Because we know, and Guy was talking about that in mass casualty scenario, the casualties come in most of the time 3 waves. The first wave is those casualties, most of the time with light injuries, because they use, cars, taxis, rickshaws, and they're not using the actual EMS system. And they can be overwhelming, because there's lots of fear and everything. So they, go into a car, and you have many patients coming in. And if you do not have the triage officer from the beginning, this first wave will be overwhelming and block your emergency room. So this is very important. The second wave is those that with seriously injuries that come with the EMS system. The third wave, it's a long wave. Again, light injuries, emotional stress, and all this. So it's a long period, 3 waves. We recommend that we'll have in Mesh more than one triage officer, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, depends on the size of the event. So what is the criteria to do a triage classification? Obviously, the size of the incident, the number of injured casualties, and obviously the availability of the human resources, right? So this is the consideration when do you need to do a triage. And obviously the triage officer needs to be extremely knowledgeable about your own SOPs. I cannot come over here now and I'm an excellent triage officer. If you didn't know, one of the best. Did you know that?
I know.
Joe. Relax. I'm a good triage. I was doing for many years, I was the triage officer in the hospital. I cannot come here and do your triage because I don't know your SOPs, I don't know where you locate the casualties, I don't know how do you work. So the triage officer has to be someone that has a good knowledge of your SOPs. Now, there is lots of ways to document the triage. One of the things that you saw, this, like they do in our EMS system, it doesn't matter what kind of method that you use. This is the start triage. It's very important. The documentation and the appearance of it should be very clear, that everybody will know if it's a red, yellow, green, or black. So whatever you use, it's excellent, but it has to be, you have to see it from far away. I will not talk about it because I don't need in this audience to talk about the evidence of the need of triage, but we know that triage is very important. It can be the difference from managing MCI or total chaos. And there's lots of evidence in the literature talking about if you get high quality triage, the effect on patient care and the outcome of the patient. We know that the triage, if a good triage is done, there are 25%, that's huge, reduce in mortality in a level 1 trauma center, and also if you do under triage, obviously, so meaning that you do not take into consideration the acuity of the injuries, and you do under triage, mortality goes up because you send the patient when there is high needs, not to the right place. And there's lots of literature about this. I will leave that aside and talk about it later on. This beautiful guy over there was me 30 years ago. So, yeah, that's exactly all. And so we know that there is under triage or over triage. Most of the time, 5 to 10% will be under triage, and 30 to 50% will be over triage. It means because we have to make decisions very fast, and most of the time you have your margin of safety, and you'd rather say that this casualty has more serious injuries that you will not miss them. But if you do that, and all of us know that the amount of the shock trauma beds that you have are limited, you'll put in the intensive care area of your emergency room patients that don't need to be there. But it will block your shock trauma room. So this is extremely important to do the triage. Our experience, the big event that we had was the Second Lebanon War. And this is for 31 days. We were basically in continuous mesh casualty scenario. Total casualties were 850. We admitted into the hospital almost 300, and you can see the number. And when we debrief at the end, only 0.2% were missed triage. 2 patients, I say 1, they say 2, but 2 patients were missed triage. And this is a huge difference on the quality of the care of that the patient we get. So the destination triage, we spoke about it. We have to get the right casualty to the right hospital, right? Depending on the injuries and depending on the level of the trauma. So we don't want to overload the hospital, and when if in Haifa, right, where we come from, there'll be an MCI, the EMS system, the chief paramedic over there, when he makes the decision where the casualty will go, he will not send all of them to Rambam. Even if there will be only 10 patients, 10 casualties in a car accident, he will send some to us, the most serious one, but he will send also to other 2 hospitals in Haifa that can deal with orthopedic injuries or light injuries, because it's overwhelming to one hospital because you have the availability of operating room and all the rest. In the New England, it says no task in medical services require greater understanding, skill, and judgment than the sorting of casualties and the establishment of priorities for treatments. This is to emphasize why it's so difficult to do triage. So who is your triage officer? You know why everybody wants to be the triage officer? Why everybody wants to be the triage officer? Why? It's a nice job. He's right. Because most of the time you have the media, right? The television stations and everything, they come in front of the hospital. They cannot take pictures inside of the hospital. So the only one that is in the television for 4 days is the triage officer. So everybody wants to be the triage officer. A joke? Okay. So who has to be the triage officer? Obviously someone that can make decisions very quickly, a senior surgeon, and can be senior ED. Most of the people say, oh, the surgeon. But most of the time, first surgeons make decisions, not always. But most of the time when you are in MCI, right, the surgeon is needed in the operating room. It's a waste of a surgeon to keep him as a triage officer. So it can be a senior emergency department physician. It can be, if you have a traumatologist, it can be a senior traumatologist. It can be a nurse. It can be a paramedic. It doesn't have to be a physician. It needs to be someone that makes decisions very quickly. We chose to use our intensive care physician. Why? Because in the initial episode, in the initial period of the MCI, the intensivist is not really needed. It can be, because he's not getting initially patients into the intensive care. But intensivists, their job is to have lots of information, monitoring, the alarms of the monitoring, the alarms of ventilators, and you have to get all the data very quickly, make decision, and act. Otherwise, your patient will die, right? So, in a sense, as an occupation, intensivist is very good to make these quick decisions. But again, you have to make your own decision. Every hospital, every facility, every country makes their own decision who is the triage officer. The last thing I want to talk, just to show you a very short clip from 2006 just to get you to understand the process. The triage officer cannot create a bottleneck. And you see, as we go along, you see casualties coming in one of the rockets that were falling in Brown Haifa, and the trolley is not stopping. As it moves next to you, you make the decision. So this is a very short clip. You said that the triage officer is marked. So everybody knows who is the triage officer. You see, everybody gets his paperwork. You see that you're clearing the area to keep a sterile area. This is the role of the triage officer. And you talk about, with all the other areas in the emergency room. She was severe injuries, and you can see she passes by. She didn't stop like in the camera in this video, and she goes in. There's another role for the triage officer. Is personal control, right? Staff control, because he stands in one of the major entrances to the emergency room, and if there is an MCI now, everybody wants to be involved. Good spirits, they really want to help. But then what you have an emergency room full with staff that have nothing to do and only bothering the other staff that works. So one of the things the triage officer, have to be powerful enough to come to a professor that comes into the emergency room and tell him, sir, you have nothing to do inside, stay outside. So this is another role of the triage officer. Questions? Thank you. Any question? Yeah.
Manish Kumar ji, I hope this lecture answers your question. He asked me about the priority, how patient should be prioritized in triage and transported to hospital. So I hope this answers your question. This answers your question.
Another thing I want to say for a second one, there's lots of methods how to do triage, right? I believe if you take a competent physician, it's gut feeling. Use your experience, and obviously you have to do it and drill it a few times. Use your experience to see what's going on. There is no, it's very difficult to teach how you do triage. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Just one question.
Yeah, right.
You said the triage officer's job is also to prevent a bottleneck. Now, how would that be possible? I think you need to have more than one triage officer in certain situations.
Yes,
Is that
I
how
said
you
that.
would do it?
So I said that sometimes depends on the size of the event. You need more than one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the decision, it's about 3 seconds that you have to make a decision. Must not be a bottleneck. You cannot have that you have trolley after trolley, one after the other, waiting for you to make a decision. So if it's a big event, you have to have more than one. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Now I would like to welcome our faculty, Professor Amit Gupta sir. Sir is professor at the Division of Trauma Surgery and Critical Care at JPN Apex Trauma Center, AIIMS, New Delhi. Please give a round of applause to the sir. Sir will talk about lessons learned from 2017 to 2023 on trauma and trauma management. Welcome, sir.
Can I have the slides, please?
Whoa.
Thank you, Kavita, for the introduction. Thank you so much, everybody. This city never ceases to surprise me. Am I audible to everybody? Yes. Yeah, the city of divine light, Kashi, the city of salvation. I think many of you would identify with the photographs which I had personally taken on my previous trip to Kashi. And it is said that you come to the city only when Mahadev calls you. And I must thank Saurabh, Kavita, and everybody who answered my call, and probably it was my call to come and visit Mahadev, which I did in the morning. Thank you so much, the organizers, for having me in this Indo-Israeli course on mass casualty management and trauma systems. Well, my mandate would be probably to tell you about what we've learned till now in the past decade and a half of the starting of this trauma center, which is at the AIMS, New Delhi. It's been 15 years now, approximately, that we started off as something like what it was about 5-6 years back, this very center. And it amazes me how fast the trauma center at BHU has developed, and I'm sure, and my best wishes to Saurabh and his team, that it should grow very fast. We need it. My personal intervention in trauma has been more than 2 decades now. So it's kind of surreal when I stand up and talk to all of you who are in the process of developing trauma systems in your region, and especially this hospital as a level 1 trauma center. I just would like to give you certain baseline points on which you can work on to. Everybody has to make his own system. The resources are different, the capacities are different, and therefore, like in MCIs, you have to define your own set of things which you have to do in this very center. So I bring you greetings from the Apex Trauma Center at New Delhi, a level 1 standalone trauma center. It is our mandate at AIMS to also teach what we do to other trauma centers, so that we can be role models and you can emulate this particular system which we have developed over the past 15 years in your own trauma center. It's a very high volume, very high volume trauma center. And I'll tell you why government is now opening up trauma centers, why we are sitting here in Banaras and having trauma centers, why we opened this trauma center 15 years back in Delhi, is that we are losing a lot of lives, not exactly to mass casualties, but actually it is an epidemic of sorts, because we are losing about 1.5 lakh lives every year to road traffic injuries. This is one of the major causes of all the injuries, although it is not the only cause of injury, but yes, it is one of the major causes. And that's the reason that not only because we are losing lives, but many patients are getting disabled because of it. And if you see the disability adjusted life years chart of India, you can see most of the states would be orange and red. Now this is really not good for a developing country where majority of your population is disabled, or is disabled with a cause which is 100% preventable. And this is not my study, this is the ICMR burden of disease study, and you can see the state of Uttar Pradesh is one of the leading, not only in deaths, but also in the disability adjusted life years lost. And therefore, that's the reason why this particular trauma center has been developed in the eastern part of the state to cater as a level 1 center to all the regions around it. Well, if I say death is just one thing, right? But if you extrapolate it to the non-fatal problems, or the people who are coming to the trauma centers, the numbers are exorbitant. You can see each death actually corresponds to about 15 seriously injured patients. Now, seriously injured patients means they will never go back to the society normally. They would have certain amount of disability, whether it is due to neurotrauma, spinal trauma, or maybe amputations, orthopedic injuries, and they will have certain disabilities, and they will never go back to the society normally. And if you so-called minor injuries, it is about 50 to 70 times that of the number of deaths. So you can imagine the numbers we are dealing with in our country, and that's the reason. And not all of them are road transport related injuries. Just 50% of them are probably transport related injuries. Rest of the half are non-transport related injuries. So you can see the burden of diseases is just amazing in our country. We need to do something about it. So when this center opened in 2007, actually, it opened in 2006, and then 2007 we opened our emergency, and the first thing we thought was to collaborate and to learn from the world what they were doing to their trauma patients. And I was personally involved in a lot of correspondence with the center at Haifa, and the faculty from Haifa is here to teach you also. And I'm happy to say that what we learned from them has been landmark in changing our attitudes and our knowledge and our skills to what they are right now. Thank you so much to all of you at Haifa, because we went there first. It's not that we didn't have collaborations after that, but that was the first collaboration which taught us so much. And you're very lucky to have them here and to tell them how to modify your systems within the hospital. So we actually went there, and they were already running this international course. They had already trained about more than 250 participants before 2007. We were just one part, but they agreed, thankfully they agreed, that the whole batch was from one center. Otherwise they would have people from different countries coming in. But thankfully Mashab as well as the Rambam Center agreed to our going there as a single unit, as a team of 20 members to have this course. So this was the first Israeli-Indian course in December 2007. We had 20 participants, which included doctors and nurses. I'm so happy to see a lot of nurses here, because without the participation of the nurses, there cannot be a team. Nurses and paramedics have to be a part of trauma team. And that's the first thing probably we learned, because Haifa said to us, do not bring only doctors, you have to bring in nurses for training. Unless you train, you bring them, you'll not have this course. So that was the first learning lesson, even before the course started. So I must thank Mashab, which is the Israel Center for International Cooperation. They sponsored us, and also the Department of Biotechnology, which sponsored at that time. And finally, we were able to actually go there, and you can identify her, Gila Hyams. She is sitting here. Dr. Michelson Moshe was at that time the director at the teaching center, and that's what we went through. You know, interactive discussions, a lot of sort of drills, a lot of simulations there, and it was fun learning. It was learning, but a lot of fun also. But very serious learning when it came to actually learning part. So it was a 2-week or a 12-day course protracted over about 10 to 12 days. And gradually we were taught about things. And then we also went to where Guy works, the Magan Devedadon, the pre-hospital care. We were taught about moulages. We were taught about triaging, or tabletop exercises, even sort of a mini drill in the emergency room. And there we got a lesson about how to triage and how to actually organize your emergency room. That's very, very important. I've not seen how they've organized the emergency room. I'm sure they've also organized the emergency room as per the architectural triage patterns. But that's what we learned from Israel at that time. And it was not only learning, it was a lot of friendship, a lot of things we learned from there, a lot of places we visited. And it all added up to our wonderful experience we had there. Thank you once again to the team from Israel. But we had a follow-up. We didn't leave it there. We had a second course the very next year, wherein the whole team from Rambam Teaching Center came to New Delhi Trauma Center. And thereafter we've continued to send. I think only portion or the time period was the COVID when the course stopped. But we have continued to send our nurses as well as doctors to the center there for learning. Amazing center, I must say. So the first lesson was that trauma cannot be a single hospital. Trauma, and you've been hearing all the experts here, trauma has to be dealt with as a system of care and not a single hospital or a single person. So within the whole system, hospital just plays one part. That's what I'll come to. And the second part was that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The trauma systems already exist in the world, very good trauma systems. In North America, Donald Trunke is supposed to be the father of trauma care systems. And in one line, if I tell you what a trauma system is getting the right patient to the right place in the right time for the right kind of care. Although it is said in one line, it is extremely, extremely difficult process because it has multiple teams, multiple people actually treating a single person. It's not a single doctor treating a single person. And that's the challenge. And that's not only in one place. It is pre-hospital, it is within the hospital, and partly also after the hospital if the patient survives. So trauma systems cannot be looked at in isolation. They have to be a part of wider healthcare systems. Within the hospitals, there can be designated trauma centers, and then finally it comes on to the emergency departments, which are the actual first echelon of treatment of all injured patients which are being brought to your emergency. And I think if you can somehow manage to organize your ED, emergency room, really well, then the system flows after that. Now it depends upon your system, what you want to do. So this paper from Russell Gruen very clearly said that there are 3 ways in which people die or people have injuries. The most trauma-related deaths are actually neurotrauma, right? So some of them would eventually die even if they arrive to your hospital. The most preventable causes of death, trauma deaths, is uncontrolled hemorrhage, right? And that is very, very time sensitive. So both the first 2 modes of death are extremely time sensitive, and therefore whenever you design a system within your hospital, it should cater to that timeline which is ticking every second. And then obviously you have certain patients who would be stable anyhow, and they would land up into the ORs having musculoskeletal trauma or problems, and they can be tackled at a later point of time, right? So your hospital should actually, being a level 1 hospital, cater to the first 2 sort of cases rather than only concentrating on stable patients. Another lesson. So we learned trauma system is not only the hospital, it's much before the hospitals and much after the hospital. Trauma is, the center is just one part of it. And what there in the hospital is, you can actually divide into 2 halves. One is what is happening in the first few hours, which is the acute care, which happens in the emergency departments. And then there is something which is definitive care, which happens in, say, the ORs or the ICUs, or maybe even the wards as acute rehabilitation. But you cannot actually say that it is still a dedicated trauma center. You are just running good trauma services if you are doing all that what I said, acute care, definitive care. So what does it make to become a level 1 trauma center? Well, if you want to be called as a level 1 or a dedicated trauma center, you need to have a dedicated manpower with some surgeons who are dedicated to the cause of trauma. In the first few years. So the role of the designated trauma center is actually just being a pivot around which all the regional trauma system or the regional trauma care actually depends. So if you want to be a level 1 trauma center, you need to have other hospitals around you who are not level 1, but at least level 2, or you can designate them as level 2 or level 3, who will take care of the lesser injured patients, and only those who want really serious injured care actually come to you. So basically they are nothing but centers which also provide a continuum of care, right? It is just one of the pivots there around which the continuum of care revolves. So basically, they are the ones who would not only coordinate but also monitor, say, pre-hospital services. So if the 108 ambulance services is not bringing the patients in time, you need to have meetings with them, the pre-hospital care people, as to what is going wrong. Why is the patient not being brought in the allotted hour, or say the correct response time? You need to be that particular thing if you want to develop an actual regional trauma system. So I'll just go on to what over the years we have developed at the JP and Apex Trauma Center. As you see, we are the level 1 trauma center, so we have our own community outreach, we have our injury prevention programs, we do a lot of teaching and training, both short term and long term, and come on to all that. We do sizable amount of research, and I dwell upon all these tenets a little bit, what we have done over the last 15 years or so. Just to tell you that currently our trauma center is roughly 250 bed. We have 30 ED bays, which includes 6 TRUs or trauma resuscitation units, or shock trauma units you might call it. Then we have 10 other beds in the red areas, then we have yellow area, we have green area, and then we have ICUs, ORs to cater to the definitive care needs. The admitting departments are 3. One, the Division of Trauma Surgery and Critical Care, which admits all polytrauma patients, whether it has got bony injury along with torso injury, whether it is head injury along with torso injury, vascular injury, or anything else. So all polytraumas, so that we can save time. There is a lot of footballing in India, Indian emergency departments as to who would take the case. So the trauma surgery department would finally take up any case which is being refused, say, by either orthopedics or neurosurgery or anybody else. Then there is an admitting unit of neurosurgery who takes principally head injuries and spinal cord injuries. And then there is orthopedic. I have marked them red, the Division of Trauma Surgery and Orthopedic, because the faculty there do not rotate in the main department. They are dedicated faculty for the trauma center itself. Whereas in the neurosurgery and plastic, they would provide services to the trauma center. And then we have other support departments of emergency medicine. Interventional radiology is very important, and Saurabh just told me that you're having a DSA very soon, and I think you'll be needing a good interventional radiologist if you want to make it a level 1 trauma center. So this was the initial group. Professor Mishra was the first chairman of the trauma center there, and there were just about 27 of us or 24 of us who initially joined as assistant professors, and after 15 years most of them would be professors now. So this is our workload. So you can see the numbers had been increasing till probably COVID stuck, and then we had to close down the trauma center and make it a COVID hospital. But we were taking trauma in the main hospital, so the trauma was the only department which did not shut down completely in COVID. So the numbers went down, but again steadily they are increasing. So you can see the proportion of red is always about 5 to 10, but 5%, then the yellows, and finally the greens. That's the follow-up OPD. So we run our own follow-up OPDs. So our follow-ups do not go to the main departments. We have, for orthopedics, for trauma surgery and neurosurgery, we have our own follow-up outpatient departments. And this is the number of annual admissions. These are admitted patients who've got serious injuries, which is above 7,000 to 8,000. It should reach the peak of about 8,500. And these are the number of major surgeries performed in our trauma center annually. What I would actually tell you is match the infrastructure of your trauma center with the processes of care. And I'll tell you how we did it actually. So we matched our infrastructure with the processes which are going on, or which you will decide as protocols in your own trauma center. So if I divide the whole paradigm of treating an injured patient into acute care and definitive care, so here we have our infrastructure of a trauma ED or a resuscitation unit, which has got its own radiology, both at the site of the patient, that means in the red area, but also interventional radiology. We have blood bank 24/7. We have the immediate or emergent operating theatre always ready for any unresponsive patient. So you have to make those infrastructure related to your process of care. And then finally, we have our definitive cares which happen in the ICU. So we've got dedicated trauma critical care, both for neurotrauma as well as general trauma. Then we have the radiology separately for the inpatients. So the X-rays, CT scans or MRIs which are needed after 24 hours are done in those sectors. And then we also have acute physiotherapy or acute rehabilitation which happens in the wards and the ICUs continuously. So this is basically the paradigm on which we work in our trauma center. We've divided our own infrastructure. Now I come to the emergency department, which is very, very important because this is the first place where the patient lands, and this is like a sort of a living or drawing room of your hospital. It has to be good. The processes of care have to be taken care of very, very nicely there. So the emergency department location is very important. I don't know what the location of BHU Trauma Center is, but I'm sure that it is very near to the main road to cater to the external community, but it also should cater to the internal community of doctors, nurses and paramedics who are working within. So the emergency department should be somewhere on the ground floor, near to the entrance, and it should be easily accessible to all of you where you are. So this is our main entrance of the trauma center, and you can see very clearly it is marked. The red road goes to the emergency, whereas the green road actually goes to the outpatient or the ward areas. Very clearly demarcated, architecturally demarcated. Then we need to have good, easy to find ways for the doctors, nurses to arrive in the emergency for any casualty or any mass casualty incident, for anything. So you need to also think about that. So we've done this. So there is an ambulance bay in and out, and then at the entrance we also have a decontamination area. And then the patient reaches the triage area, which was very nicely described by Mickey. So you need triage even for a single patient. It's not always only mass casualties that you triage a patient. We would actually triage a patient on a day-to-day basis, even if a single patient is coming in. And then there is a patient care area. We also have a disaster area. I'll show you the photographs. You need to have a police post, registration counters, trolley bay reception, very near to the entrance. And then you need to also think about the waiting area for the people or the attendants who are coming in, and also a waiting area for the media. I'm not mentioned there, but I think Vicky told, and it should be slightly away from the emergency room so that the media cannot directly interact with, and you should have a person designated as a spokesperson or a media coordinator who will be coordinating with them, especially in cases of mass casualty incidents. So that's our entrance, as I said. Very clearly divided into the first floor is the OPD and the ward entrance, and the ground floor is the entrance for the ambulances. It's very different. You can see we have separated them by grade separators. That's the entrance to the emergency room. That's the triage area. That's at the gate itself. Just inside the main gate is the triage area, and we have bands as described by Mickey. We have red, yellow, and green bands. And those who are black would go to the morgue or the area near the morgue directly. So that's actually the red area. Those gates are red area. So no patient can actually go into that patient caring area without getting triaged first. So you need to have a triage right at the gate. So that's our emergency room, very clearly demarcated into a red area, a yellow area, and a green area. Very, very important, right? So that's known as architectural triage. That's our red area, that's our yellow area, and that's our green area. You can see walking wounded, sitting patients waiting for a dressing or a suturing or some minor procedures. And our processes are like that. Once triaged, only the red triage patient will enter the red area. Only the yellow triage patient would enter the yellow area. Rest of them would go into the green area. Very clearly it is demarcated. So what's red area? Compromised, ABCD, unconscious patient, need to take them. Although there are criteria, we have our whole form a triage form based on physiology, anatomy of injury, and the mechanism of injury. Then you have yellow, stable ABCD. Sometime you would need that, and patients would go on ventilator, and you could use that. So that's another thing to do. Always have equipment according to the area, the red, the yellow, and the green. So we've also had this equipment, sort of triaged, and to run that, the right kind of manpower. So we have red area nurses, we have yellow area nurses, and the nurses or doctors working in the green area. Very, very important to develop your ED protocols, triage protocols. You can use standard international triage protocols, or you can develop your own. But everybody needs to know what, and therefore drills are very important there. Everybody needs to know what the protocols are. Then we have resuscitation protocols, we have admission protocols. Who or which department would admit, so that there is no confusion there. There is no loss of time. That's very, very important. So that's the patient flow in our emergency or in our trauma center. In the trauma ED, the patient would be taken care of, and then he goes to, depending upon what the radiology says. So there is something known as emergent imaging, which happens bedside in the red area, right? And depending upon that and the hemodynamics of the patient either goes to the OT directly or to the ICU or to the ward. And then again in the ICU and the ward, you have what is known as non-emergent imaging. And then finally, either the patient is discharged or he dies. Imaging is very, very important. It guides the surgeon as to what is to be done, especially those patients who are unstable, right? Simple things like, and I'll just tell you, so there's emergent trauma imaging. Related to that is interventional radiology, if you want to do any angiographizations, or non-emergent trauma imaging later on, or inpatient trauma imaging. So if the patient is hemodynamically stable, we can do further imaging. But if the patient is hemodynamically unstable, he directly goes to a unresponsive OR. So only 3 things are there. So one ultrasound machine and one portable X-ray machine is sufficient to do what is known as emergent trauma imaging, and based on that you can make your decisions, and also on the hemodynamics of the patients. And then if expertise is available, you should, as a level 1 center, have a angio suit or a interventional radiology suit. That's our interventional radiology suit. And that's our non-emergent imaging, the MRIs and the CT scans, which can be later on used if the patient is stable. And our doctors would generally get an image of all the imaging on the packs. So they need not run to the radiology department. They would get it in the ED, in the wards, in the ICUs, wherever they are. We have got dedicated ORs for the morning hours, which are divided into surgery, trauma surgery, neurosurgery, and orthopedics. But one OR is always kept vacant for any non-responsive patient. Similarly, within the ORs themselves, we have protocols. We have protocols for damage control surgery, how much time in the OR is needed. Somebody is a timekeeper. The nurse, generally nurse manager in the OR, is a timekeeper and keeps on telling the surgeon. Then we have massive blood transfusion protocols and other anesthesia protocols which are required. Then we have the ICUs. Once the patient is out of the OR, he needs ICU care, he goes to the ICU. We've got 2 dedicated ICUs, as I said, neurotrauma ICU and the general ICU. And these are the support services like the labs and the blood bank and the basic radiology. This is very important. Very early, and we learned from Israel and also from the US that you need to have certain dedicated nurse cadres which are continuously monitoring your quality of care, what is happening in the ED. And that's when we actually developed the trauma nurse coordinator system. It's a very, very, it was a new concept to our country, but very, very helpful in improving the quality of care of trauma patients. We also have wound care nursing, the hospital infection control, which are general hospital control nurses, and also nursing informatics. So a lot of computer work is there. Our whole center is computerized, and therefore many of the nurses are also involved in actually they would keep on jotting down these things in the registry form, so that later on, you can have a quality control meeting and you can sit down and discuss the case threadbare. Manpower training is something which we embarked on very early. So teaching whom? Obviously the doctors, the undergraduates, the postgraduate courses, the nurses and the paramedics. So we have our own short-term courses. We began with many of the short courses like for the bystanders, for the doctors, like ATLS, ATCN and PHTLS. We also have long-term training programs for doctors and nurses. So for pre-hospital care, first aid for bystanders we started, and in hospital trauma care we started the ATLS for doctors and ATCN for nurses. We also were supported by a lot of governmental agencies, especially the NDMA, the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, in many of our ventures of manpower training earlier in the phase of development. We also had a lot of support from the NGOs. So you need to garner support from non-governmental organizations who are working in road safety. You need to garner support from the professional agencies, and we actually developed or we introduced the Indian Society for Trauma and Acute Care at the Apex Trauma Center initially, which has brought in a lot of courses and conferences thereafter. So the ISTAC or the Indian Society for Trauma and Acute Care formulated the ATLS India, which brought the ATLS of the ACS, which is the American College of Surgeons, to India. And we started in 2009 finally. This was the inaugural course with a lot of faculty from the US coming in. Thereafter, now we have at least 27 sites. 28th will be starting next month at St. John's, Bangalore. I would request Saurabh and the other people also to start a site here. KGMU, King George's Medical University, is already running a site of ATLS. So we have still the eastern part less coverage, so BHU can also start. Then we started the ATCN, which is a parallel course for nursing. This is nothing but just to teach you what would you do in the first few hours as the patient arrives, what is the role of the nurses. That we started next year, that means in 2010. And then we also started in 2012 a course for the paramedics, which is the PHTLS. And we've trained not only the police forces, and I'll tell you, and this is the general course we have had for the bystanders first aid course. So we trained a lot of police personnel, a lot of CATS ambulance services people in the first aid which they need to do, because 60% of all roadside incidents were being brought by police, not by the CATS ambulance services, which is supposed to actually bring the patients. So we had to train them initially. So as far as the long-term training courses, again, I would like the attention of Saurabh on this. You need to start some long-term courses, because until unless you have residents and resident hands here, it will be very difficult to sustain a 24/7 ED of the quality which this center needs. So we have courses in acute care surgery, you might call it, which includes trauma surgery, which includes a little bit of critical care, and also non-trauma emergency surgery. So we at AIMS, the trauma surgeons, would do everything except bone, brain and spine. So the bone goes to the orthopedics, spine goes to ortho or neuro combined, we've got alternate days, and the brain goes to the neurosurgeon. Except that whether it is chest trauma, cardiac trauma, whether it is abdominal trauma, vascular injuries, maxillofacial, everything is taken up by the trauma surgeon initially. So that's what I say, all surgical emergencies, trauma and non-trauma. So this is the kind of training we give to our MCH residents. So we have 3 bodies which license the courses in India: the National Medical Commission, the National Board of Examinations, and the AIMS, which can have their own courses. So the NMC has already notified the course of MS in traumatology and surgery, which is nothing but acute care surgery. The post MS course, there are 2 courses there. One is fellowship of the National Board of Examination, which is a 2-year course which you can start, and then finally AIMS has started the MCH about 6-7 years back. So MS traumatology and surgery is of 3-year duration. After MBBS anybody can take, and already 3 or 4 universities in the country, including one in the state of Uttar Pradesh, are already running this course. The FNB, again, there are 3 centers in India which are running the 2-year post-MS course, post-general surgical course in trauma. And then finally we started our course in 2016, January, and then we had 14 batches till now. already 21 candidates have passed out and are placed very well in various AIMS and other big academic institutions. As far as the research goes, we started on very early to do some sort of a research. Whatever data was coming in, we kept on analyzing that, whether it was a case report, whether it was a case series, we kept on publishing that. But we made a public health lab which deals with trauma care systems, which deals with trauma quality improvement. So different faculties had different research interests. So we fostered that, and now we have research happening in nearly all domains of trauma care which is happening within the hospital. So these were the major injury surveillance and trauma registry projects which we had, all funded from the Indian sort of funding agencies. So you see, I just made a rough estimate, between 2000 2009, only 65 publications in trauma from India. And you can see from 2010 to 2019, because of the interest generation, now we had 692 publications. These are all PubMed indexed publications, which you can see. So there has been a quantum jump in the amount of research which is happening in trauma. So principally, these are the branches in which I could find the papers. This blue shows the period between 2000 2009, and the orange shows the actual period of the next 10 years. But still there are certain areas in which we need to do a lot of research. So most of this research is coming out of the hospitals, but we need to do a lot of research in the pre-hospital care also. We need to know, and also rehabilitation and post-hospital care. But the problem remains that we as academics are just interested in publications. We are interested in publishing, doing research, and nothing beyond that. So there is a research policy gap, the big research policy gap, and we need to be, and the leadership here should be, the one who brings out this research and talks to the policymakers or the politicians, and you become the politicians of academics, and further that, because research, just doing research just like that does not matter. It has to come and benefit the patients finally. So this was a very good article which was published in the Lancet, and the author said that for research to have a greater impact, the zeal for producing research should be matched by the desire to implement that actual research for the benefit of the patients. So that needs collaborations. Research at one center is good, but if it is a collaborative research, the impact of that research is much more. The generalizability of that research is much more. So you should have collaborations. You've already fostered a good collaboration with Israel. We can partner with you for research or advocacy or policy making. But again, it's very difficult. So we've had these collaborations at the Apex Trauma Center. Nearly all the bigger institutes in the world we've had collaborations with. But collaborations are challenging. Collaborations are challenging because who will fund those collaborations? Finances are very, very important. Logistics are the next part. And then there are human factors, and we've seen it. We all love to work in silos. We work to love in our comfort zone. And once we collaborate, we have to break those silos. And it's very difficult because, people are afraid that fingers will be pointed on them once they start collaborating. And you will say that, oh, VHU Trauma Center is doing that, it's not good, it's not bad. So that's one human factor which you have to overcome. All the people who are collaborating have to overcome. Then obviously there are ego issues. There are issues that you will not let go of anything which you have. You want to keep it to yourself, which is again an impediment to good collaborative effort. And then finally the question, what's there for me? What's there for BHU Trauma Center? If I'm doing a multi-centric research, what's there for me? So I think we'll have to rise above all those human factors if we want to do some quality and good research. But our final goal for everything what we do, whether it is research, whether it is patient care, it should be actually to develop a robust and dedicated trauma system so that we can save many more lives and limbs as much as possible. So always things in terms of these paradigm of infrastructure, manpower and processes together. You cannot have infrastructure alone, you cannot have manpower alone. You need to have them knitted, and the knitting is done by the organization of your trauma center or the processes or the protocols. It's difficult. It's very difficult. I can personally vouch for it, but it needs a lot of passion, which all of you have. All of you have. It just needs a little bit of perseverance and persistence. And I just love this quote from our father of the nation. First they ignore you, then they will laugh at you, and then they will fight you. People who don't want the center to develop, or people who don't want systems to develop. And then finally, when nothing is there, then you win. I think just persist and you will win. And I'd just like to humbly acknowledge the first set of people who were there at the Apex Trauma Center, all of us, and also the Division of Trauma Surgery and Critical Care at the Apex Trauma Center. Many of you know them. And thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Professor Harvital to felicitate Professor Amita sir, our guest faculty. Sir, please accept our token of appreciation.
I think we need more hands.
And I need my hands on his feet. No. So
Thank you so much, sir.
Let me.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Kespi. Sorry. Now I would like to invite Guy Kespi to take his lecture on triage in MCI pre-hospital approach. Sir, please.
Okay, this one working? Good. Working? Can you hear me? Okay. Now we can run all over the stage. After making presentation about the hospital triage, I'm going to go back a little bit again in time and give you some insights and talk a little bit about the pre-hospital phase. And I will start with some, well, it's called a case study, but just to show you a little bit about how complicated scene can be. And I'm taking you back to 2014, where in the morning prayer in one of the synagogues in Jerusalem, two armed terrorists get into the synagogue, and let's see what's happened there. At 7:01, actually, the first call came into one of two Jerusalem dispatch center. talking about people that were shot, that were stabbed, and immediately after the call, officers have been sent to the scene, and this is what the first crew that arrives to the scene, actually one of our first responders, and the entire event was actually pictured by some bystanders. So they're approaching the patient. He is lying down on the street. He's severely injured. And this is the start point of the incident. Now, we were talking earlier about the issues of safety. None of the responding medical personnel knew that the terrorists were inside the synagogue. And actually the paramedic entered the synagogue itself, and they were searching for casualties, and the terrorists actually opened fire against them, on them. And this is how the incidents continued, and you can see that after the first responders went out, and it was actually a gunfight where casualties were spread around, and you can see in the picture that one of the terrorists is going out, having a pistol and a large butcher knife in his other hand, and went over there. You can see the gurney of the ambulance, and shot to death by the policeman. But on the other hand, what they saw inside the synagogue, at the total of 11 casualties, 4 dead. One of them was the first. 4 critically injured and 4 minor injured. And when you calculate the numbers, it is probably a mistake, as you can see. Here, basically, that none of the multi-casualty incidents or the incidents itself are the same. And again, I'll take you to a dilemma that takes place in Jerusalem 2 or 3 weeks ago, when this car was driven into a fully crowded bus station and hit a group of people. Now, it's happened that one of our paramedics were actually driving with his family on his private car and saw the entire incidents happening. And he approached after this guy, and what you can't see in the picture, that the terrorist is in the car, he is alive, but we don't, at this point, we're not talking about the terrorist, but we're talking about what's going on the scene. And this is the primary picture of the scene. The first responding paramedic that happened to be there is in a very, very complicated scenario when, in one hand, he sees the casualties, on the other hand, he sees the terrorist in the car. And this is one kind of environment that we have to do the triage. But let's go to a more safe environment. And I'm going to show you a short clip that was downloaded for the web. And watch the video, it's a couple of minutes, and try to count how many casualties do you see in this short video. Okay. So let's focus on some of the patients and let's think about evacuation. Patient number 2. We all agree that those are the red patients, right? Or 5? 2. Agree? 3. Who said 3? 2 or 3? 2. Okay. Two or 3, folks? 5. I think different. No, it's okay. No, it's okay, Kubi. I'll go for 3. Why? Why? Why do you think I chose this patient? Because nothing for us on the field to do to this patient. And then we all agree that 2 is urgent, 5 is urgent as well, and the last will be patient number 4 at this point. I will not go into I will not repeat Professor Habertal slides and issues, because at the bottom line, the same aspects, the same thoughts about triage is done in the field as well as in the hospital, in the pre-hospital and in the pre-hospital field. And there are basically a lot of algorithms and a lot of ways and a lot of systems how to do the triage, but at the bottom line, it's all come to the same idea. A system that helps you to make decisions. And the different, when we think about the day-to-day work and a multi-casualty incident, is basically that on the day-to-day emergency, we can spend our entire resources on one patient. But in a multi-casualty incident, we can't. And this is bringing me to a point that it's hard to us as caretakers and medical people that were educated to save lives. And we are looking basically for the red one. As Dr. Halbertal mentioned, we taking care of the AB, the problem Bs, and rarely the C problems. And if I'll go and run you through a scene, one of the most important things that we do is taking one of our PA system, public address system, that can be done either with a portable megaphone a system or the one that we have in the ambulance, and call whoever can walk to a designated area. These things actually clear the area and give us a basic assumption that in most of the time is right, not always, that whoever can walk is a green one. Again, not always. This is why one of the things that we do, that we always designated a medical person to this place where we ask those working casualties to go. And then we go to what we call the RPM, and basically the algorithms run through decision as soon as an evacuation, especially in urban setups, when we send up in the ambulance one red person who's lying down and 2 or 3 minor casualties that they can sit. If we'll take this incident and it's happened in a remote location, probably we will not use this combined evacuation method. Patients should be evacuated with escort. That means somebody that can take care of them during transport. That means if we are talking about an urgent patient, a paramedic that have ALS capabilities will join those patients. And one of the things that we always have to remember, equipment. Because one of the things that we do on multi-casualty incidents, that we might transport a severe patient or a critical patient on a BLS unit with an escort of a paramedic, because we split the resources. So this paramedic should take his equipment. And this is why all our ALS units, beside the equipment in the unit, they have a jump bag, an ALS kit that the paramedic can grab with him and escort an urgent patient on a BLS unit. Because on the bottom line, trauma patient needs to have an airway, controlled bleeding, transport. So medication, except sedation, is usually not used in those scenarios. And I mentioned earlier in my presentation about the casualty collection point or staging site or advanced medical post. Doesn't really matter how you call it. We like to call it stay and play. Not politically correct, but, and the idea is that you don't have the capabilities to transport your patient. It's an unsafe scene. It's a prolonged incident. Now, a lot of the European agencies really believed in this, and in the recent years they realized that the big change is between the urban and the rural incidents, where in the urban setups you don't need the advanced medical post, and it really doesn't matter how you structure it and how you build it, but the idea is the same. You bring your patient to a location that you re-triage them, you split them between reds, yellow, and delay, and then you evacuate them. All those charts are at the bottom line the same. But when you think about it, if you have the capabilities, you can't see, sorry, to take the casualties from the scene to transport, you save time. And we already talk about how time is crucial when we're talking about casualties in multi-casualty incidents. And I'll summarize my short presentations with a few take-home messages. The first one and the most important one is have your algorithm. It doesn't make any difference what kind of algorithm you use. Just have an algorithm. Don't use this one. Remember, bleeding, I think, is the most efficient killer in multi-casualty incidents, so be aware of it. And then, one of the hardest things is, as written, not to-do lists. And this is the hardest decision for us as caretakers, not to start resuscitation. Don't start an IV on the scene, put the patient on the ambulance, start transport, and take care of the patient during your transport time. Always think about the bad scenario, because you can see this guy over here with this penetrating injury. This is what was taken out of it. And this is the X-ray and imaging. And last, when the patient is on the ambulance, the MCI for this particular patient is gone. He should receive everything. Remember, this is no longer MCI. There is a patient, there is a crew. And there's no excuse at this point that the patient will receive the maximum treatment, of course according to capabilities and transport time, and that the crew will know exactly what's going on with this patient, because it's the caretaker and the patient. Thank you. Any questions? Good. No, it's
You open the page by internet and share your ID and password with you. Just put that in the credentials and it will work. No, I'm giving you a new one, faster one. Vivo moves with me when I'm open the VH Wi-Fi. This is the ID card password. This is the ID 0398 and this is the password. Nishan Natalie 1. Sorry for this little interruption. Now I would like to invite Guy again for taking lecture on lesson learned from multi-casualty incidents.
Okay. 911. Okay. Till the presentation load up, I'm going to share a little bit in this short presentation some lessons that we learned during the years, and okay. And I think the first and most important lessons is not related to scene response, not to doctrine, not to protocol, but to human beings. And it says, like John Sinclair says once, ego eats brain. And when the ego eats the brain, the response is poor. And basically we don't want to get to this issue because it's a team effort and we need everybody and all the responding agencies together in those scenarios. And it starts with preparedness, and you heard my previous presentation about preparedness. Have your doctrine, have your standing operational procedure, and build them according to your needs, according to your capabilities, according to your reality, according to your threats. Have you trained your people, again, according to what you need, according to your protocols, and then it goes to what kind of equipment you use, you need, and you can afford yourself. Yes, this is an issue. It's an issue that's influenced the capability of an agency, the capability of a response, and it's all they have to bear in the consideration. We all were talking about technology and communication, and I will relate to this later on. But before, few other things. First of all, training and combined training, because you can be a super excellent hospital like we see here, but you have to train and drill the entire system, the entire chain of response, and you have to drill, and drill again to have an efficient response. From our experience, the dispatch is the hub, the core of the response, of coordinating, of managing the incident. And I mentioned the standard operational procedures. We are very, very, very big believers in written protocols. It can be on an app, it can be implanted in the command and control system, and it can be the old-fashioned paper. It's not paper actually, it's kind of a plastic. Operational procedure and checklist that we have on a booklet and that we have on the units. Making the decision. There are different ways to cope with this question. It can be done by the first responding agencies on the scene, medical or non-medical. Yes. It can be done at dispatch when they receive the call. Yes. But you have to have a strict protocol that define who make the decision. And then we go to technology. Technology costs money, yes. But technology helps us to save life, to have better communication. And I'll give you just some examples of how we use technology within our system. And basically this is a video that it's not related to multi-casualty incident, but the same concept and the same idea of activating the system works here. Receiving the call, using the systems and the capabilities to receive live video that help the dispatchers to make the decision. And what you see is our National Operations Center. The data is a little old, from 2022. When a call comes in, activating the system, including the first responders that receive the call with their app. They can be using a motorcycle or a private vehicle. Transmitting location to dispatch by sending the GPS coordinate, taking the video and give pre-arrival instructions to the bystanders until The first responders arrive to the scene. And then one of our, at this point, an ALS unit arrives to the scene, take over. Medical control that can assist the paramedics on the scene. They have the capabilities to see the ACG and vital signs and the entire monitor. And then the link with the hospital that we send information so the hospital will be ready for us. And when you talk about the capabilities of receiving images from the scene, this is a car accident with someone with a traumatic brain injury. And I guess you can understand what you see here. And why is this so important? Because the question is, do we have to launch an AirMed unit to the incident? But when you see this part of the patient, you understand that you don't need an AirMed unit. Another example of an amputated fingers, when we receive the picture and send the information, consult with a hand surgery in one of the hospitals, send out the AirMed unit, and this is the outcome. We have an app for the general public that we can communicate with, and an app that helps us actually to activate the crews that we were talking about. And when we go to the multi-casualty incident, the same ideas of building up the information about numbers, about units, about the situation report that we can share with the police and other agencies. We were talking about the safety perimeter in a hazardous material incidents. We use the same concept to assist us to build up the picture of evacuation. That means in a minute the units arrive to the perimeter, it will be marked as on scene, and it will go out, it will be marked as on his way to the hospital, and the same goes to the hospitals, and some live videos from the vehicles, again helping us to assist the situation. We have to go back. And one of the things that we always think about is the response to the routine calls, even during a multi-casualty incidents. We were talking about the crew briefing on the scene, and it's very, very, very crucial. Because for me as an educator, I was happy to find a switch between the routine call and a multi-casualty incidents. Because on those scenarios, you do the same medical procedures, but you do it on a different sequence, you make different decisions, and you unload your vehicles with different equipment. Because if we were talking about the multi-casualty incidents, our life pack, our monitor defibrillator and ACG will always remain in the car. We will not take it with us. And not like a regular call. We're talking about the threat of the secondary device, so the need of personal protection gear, and I mentioned the equipment that we are taking with us. Commanders, a chain of command, a strict chain of command and an incidents commander, and Napoleon says once, better have one bad general than two good ones. It's right for war scenarios, and it's right for multi-casualty incidents. So we have an incidents commander, you have to identify him. And you saw the pictures in the previous presentation. Let's see if I can show you this part. Where is the mode? Here we go. Who's the incident commander? Who one with the mic and the ugly hat. And you can see this is a site of a suicide attack in Jerusalem, and you can see how recognizable he is with his hat and the portable loudspeaker at this point. Let's get there. Command and control accessories, a chain of command, and a very, very important thing. We continue saying teamwork, 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 teamwork. And one of my American colleagues said to me once, you want to change your business cards in advance, not on the scene. That means know in advance who you're going to meet in those incidents. And in the bottom line, saving life is the goal of everybody. But not only medical profession can save life, and within our doctrine, we teach our people, use the lay person in those scenarios. Don't ask them to intubate, but ask them to carry a stretcher, ask them to apply direct pressure on a bleeding wound, and they can save lives as well as the professionals. You saw some videos of multi-casualty incident. It's a chaotic incident. And I like to use the term managing within the chaos. Yes, it's chaotic. People running, shouting. But when we do the debriefing and seek for our conclusions and understand that the urgent casualty were found, treated, and evacuated first, I don't care about the chaos. And this is a challenge. We're talking about the suicide bomber attacks and the bomb explosion site, and the idea of to wait for the bomb squad. You know the answer already. What is your plan to reinforce the scene? You saw the time frame in my previous presentation. We can accumulate resources. This is our reality. This is our capabilities. This is our plan. Right for us. Roads. We were talking about time as a crucial component in our capability of saving lives. Routes is an important part of it. Ambulance should be able to get in and go out as well. Because you want to clear the scene from the casualties as soon as possible. And to do all those things, you have to coordinate and work together with all the responding agencies. Now we were talking about triage and different algorithms, and Professor Habeltag were talking about the use of your personal experience and triaging from the guts. At the bottom line, think about the reds and the rest. Because the rests, the greens, will probably stay alive without our help. But still they have to be assessed, triaged, and transported. We're talking about the hemorrhage as a killer. So look for those with the external hemorrhage, or find the one that you cannot control the hemorrhage and transport them. The minute the patient is on the ambulance, the MCI is ended. And one of the most important things is don't bring the MCI to the hospital. These are the things that we, as a pre-hospital phase, try to do and save life using this quote. Because we can transport all the patient to the excellent hospital of Rambam. And the triage officer and the rest of the team will do an excellent job. But still, their resources is limited at that point. So we'll spread around the patient and transport them to different hospitals in the close vicinity and in the far as well. And when we talk about the hospital collaboration, it's not only the liaison officer that we were talking about, it's drills that we do together, training the entire drills. Key personnel in hospitals receive our notification. In a minute, one of our dispatch center announce a multi-casualty incident, if it's in Haifa, for example. So some of the people, probably Gila and Nikki and maybe Hani, I'm not sure, will receive the information. Pay attention, an MCI was declared in Haifa region. We will be notified, the hospital, as part of our checklist. That means somebody will call the hospitals and say, be aware, we announce an MCI, be aware that patient might be showing up your step door, because we know that people are self-evacuated, and one of the things that we do, according to the hospital's demands, is a secondary casualty relocation. I was talking about debriefing. It's a very, very, very important part of the entire response to an incident. Because what we saw here in this short presentation basically is based on debriefing. We get the people shortly after the incidents. We have the data that was collected earlier. We have a debriefing tool. Again, it's kind of a checklist. We do a debriefing, an operational and a medical one. And there's a written summary of the incident. We write down the timetable, things that went wrong, things that the crews did good. And the idea is to spread the knowledge, to have our people and others as well learn from what we have been experiencing. And you heard on those last 2 days so much time the word teamwork. And let's see this short video. What did we see in the video? A tire change. But if you analyze the video a little bit, you saw the preparedness. Each and every crew member know exactly his role, where he should stand. And then you saw the response. The car arrived, each and everybody know exactly what to do. And in no time, they changed the tires, and the vehicle or the race car is back on the race. And again, a quote that I like: whoever deals with emergency, remember it. And you saw this, and thank you.
Thanks, Guy, for your wonderful presentation. Any questions from audiences? It means either you don't take anything or you understand everything. And now I welcome our finance officer, who is the official from the government of India, who takes care of all financial issues of the institute and BHU. Abhay Thakur Sahab, kindly give a warm welcome clap to him. And so So I request everybody to have our lunch break and then we'll assemble after half an hour. Thank you.
session, and in this session I would like to call Dr. Pauls. He will talk about mass toxicological incident. So I welcome Dr. Pauls. I welcome Dr. Pauls, sir, please. Police.
Police.
Okay. Hello again. I'll try to condense 2 lectures of yesterday to 1 lecture and give some new insights of how to deal with mass casualty incident of toxicology. The main reason why we are dealing with MTOXI, as I call it, the mass toxicological incident, MTOXI, is that, as I said yesterday, this is the most probable scenario. It happens all the time. It will happen most probably all the time because we are in industrial society and there are enemies to this industrial society. So we have to prepare for this type of scenario. The second reason is that, in my opinion, if you prepare yourself for MTOXI, you prepare yourself for further complicated MCI scenarios like the mass radiological and, of course, the mass or nuclear event. The question, is it possible? Of course, it is possible that it happened. It happened both because of natural disasters like the Lake Nash event or earthquakes. It happened because of industrial accidents like the Bhopal incident in 1984. What was the main reason of death, main cause of death in the Bhopal disaster? What was the main cause of death? Anyone? What was the main cause of death in the Bhopal disaster? Asphyxia, or suffocation, or respiratory failure. Remember this notion. The main cause of death in Bhopal disaster was respiratory failure. Following the disaster or catastrophe in Bhopal, the main response in the Western Hemisphere was the establishment of an American registry of industrial releases. And what we can see in these industrial releases that most, in 1 year in the United States, in 1993, that close to 4,000 events of release were registered. Most of them a single agent released, and quite a lot of them, about 1/5, are volatile agents. What is the importance of release of a volatile agent? Anyone? Volatile agents are the possible agent that can cause mass toxicological incidents. Because they disperse with the wind, they disperse beyond the limits or the borders or the gates of the factory, and they can harbor nearby neighborhoods, as happened in the Bhopal disaster, unfortunately. In the United States, you see that most of the event of release of hazmat were uneventful regarding human victims, but in 12% of them there were victims, mostly a single victim in every one of these releases. 64% of them were evacuated to the emergency room. And look at the main symptoms and signs in industrial chemical events: respiratory, ocular irritation, and nausea. Nausea is a systemic effect of release of chemicals, but the main
system involved are the respiratory system and the eyes. Only 15% of those arriving to emergency room were hospitalized. This is a very small number or ratio of patients that arrive to emergency room following exposure to chemicals that are hospitalized. Remember this ratio, 15%. And the number of deaths was very small. So, what we can take lesson from this registry is that the eyes, the respiratory system, and the skin are the most important or the most relevant anatomy systems that are involved following exposure to chemicals. The eyes are very, very sensitive to chemicals, whatever the chemical it is, and exposure of the eye to chemicals can cause almost immediate incapacitation. And incapacitation means that you can't take care of yourself. Respiratory tract involvement, this is the main cause of death in Bhopal disaster. This is the main cause of death in other disasters, like Sarin Tokyo. That was the main cause of death, following exposure to nerve agents. The Sarin Tokyo and Sarin Matsumoto events took place in 1994 and 1995. A deliberate exposure of a civilian population to nerve agent sarin, which was manufactured by an extreme right-wing Japanese cult. And the numbers were tremendous, at least in the March 1995 events in Tokyo itself, in the Tokyo Underground. There were close to 5,500 patients arriving to the emergency room. But how many dead victims, how many dead were in Sarin Tokyo? Only 12. The list is not finished in Sarin Tokyo. About 7 years later, an exposure to carfentanil, or a mixture of new fentanyls, deliberately pumped into the Moscow theater during a siege by the Russian forces that entered stormed the theater in order to free the hostages from Chechen rebellions. They pumped a mixture of fentanyls inside. Everybody fell asleep in seconds. But the problem is that if you pump a lot of fentanyl in high concentration is highly toxic. It causes respiratory arrest. And that was the reason why 16% of the hostages, about 130 hostages, died because of respiratory arrest. Again, the chemical exposure the main cause of death following chemical exposure is respiratory arrest or suffocation. The Syria attack, the famous Syria attack by the Syrian military on a civilian population that took place in Duma, near Damascus, in August the 23rd, 2013, caused the death of close to 1,500 civilians, mostly children. What was the cause of death because of exposure to sarin in this attack? What was the cause of death? Respiratory arrest. This was the main cause of death. The use of highly toxic VX, which is a nerve agent, which is 10 to 20 times more toxic than sarin, used by North Korean agents in assassinating the half-brother of the North Korean leader in 2017. Here you see him about 5 or 10 minutes before he died. He was walking, still walking, but the VX was already inside his body. He lost consciousness and he died. What was the reason of his death? Respiratory arrest. A few years later, the Russian agencies tried to assassinate an ex-spy named Skripal and his daughter by smearing VX, a Russian VX, its name is Novichok, on the doors of their home in Britain. They were exposed to the toxin. They lost consciousness and they were in respiratory failure and coma for a couple of weeks, but they survived. So there is no question that we are going to face chemical exposure of civilian population in the future. We don't know the timing. We are sure that it will happen. We don't know the exact chemicals that is going to be used or is going to be involved in these industrial releases or earthquake-related hazmat release. Now, what will be the consequences of this release or exposure of civilian population to chemicals? Most of the factors that influence the results of the exposure are not influenced by us as responders. We can't control the mode of exposure that took place. We can't control the identity of the chemical. We can't control the meteorology. We can't control the timing, whether it comes during daytime or nighttime, when everybody is sleeping and the chemical affects them while they are sleeping, as it happened in Lake Nyos. But we can prepare a mitigation and response efforts. These are our hands that can affect the prognosis of these victims. What are the time factors in such an event? It takes time from exposure to clinical pictures. It takes time to evacuate patients to the hospital. It takes time to decontaminate patients. It takes time to identify the chemical involved and give antidotes. It takes time to effectively support the patient who are in respiratory failure with ventilators and, of course, securing airways. And we know that the prognosis is inversely related to these delays. As the delay is increased, the prognosis is green. What are the risks for the victims? I've spoken yesterday, and I speak again about the two regions in the sea. There are two regions. There is the ground zero, or the center of the sea, where there is a maximum concentration of vapors. There is a maximum concentration, of course, of liquid if the release is by liquid. And this is the place where the victims are immediately exposed to high concentration of the chemical. And high concentration of chemical affects the eyes and make them incapacitated. They affect the respiratory tract and cause respiratory failure quite quickly, quite rapidly. And what we have is a group of victims in the center of the scene that are going into respiratory arrest. They can't evacuate themselves because they are incapacitated, and they are furtherly exposed to the chemical. And on the other hand, we have on the perimeter of the scene we have a large group of victims that are exposed to very low concentrations of the chemical. So they have mild irritation of the eyes. They have might have mild irritation of the respiratory tract, but they are not incapacitated and they are not in danger of going into respiratory arrest. But these patients, these victims, can evacuate themselves and meet the rescue and treatment forces that arrive to the scene. So in an absurd way, we can give treatment to those that we can't affect their prognosis. Because if you don't give, or you give antidote to those ambulatory patients, it doesn't affect the prognosis. They will survive. You need to give antidotes and to extricate and stop the exposure to those in ground zero. Except for that, we have to anticipate in mass casualty incidents caused by chemicals a lot of worried well. Those who think they are exposed, those who are exposed very, very mildly, but they need assistance regarding their psychological effect of being exposed to chemicals. How many worried well and mildly injured we are going to see? It's about 90 to 80%. Most of the victims arriving to the hospital will not need effective treatment. They will need only assistance and not effective treatment. Because most of them come from the periphery of the scene, from the perimeter, and not from the central part of the scene. What is the risk for the first responder? This is something which is conceptually very different from mass casualty of trauma. When we treat trauma patient, when the EMS arrives to trauma patients, unless it is a terror attack, they are usually not concerning their safety, and there is no safety concern. But if a medical technician want to enter the place where the severely affected victims from chemicals lie, he's under a danger of being exposed by himself. How do we know that? We look at the numbers in Sarin, Tokyo, and we can see that 10% of the first responders, whether they were medical technicians or firefighters or policemen, were exposed to sarin and had mild injuries that necessitate them to be evacuated to emergency room. They were not in danger, nobody was hospitalized, but this is quite a big number. What was the reason that 10% of the first responders in Tokyo suffered from exposure, for primary exposure? You can see it in the picture. Nobody carried personal protective equipment. They didn't put masks, they didn't put gloves. They were exposed to the patients, they were exposed, the extricated patients, they were exposed to the vapors from the metro car themselves. These are the example of stretcher carriers that were not using any personal protective equipment. And inside the hospitals, again in Japan, in Sarin, Tokyo, nobody used personal protective equipment. And that's why close to 46% of the nurses, mainly nurses, that worked in the hospital chapel, an unventilated or poorly ventilated area in the hospital, suffered from mild exposure to sarin. Where did the sarin come from? The sarin came from the clothes of the victims. Because the second thing that didn't happen in Sarin Tokyo, the victims were not decontaminated. They were not undressed, and they were not washed with water in order to decontaminate the patients. What was the consequence of this secondary exposure? The exposure was mild. Nobody needed antidotes, no physician needs to be hospitalized, but it doesn't matter. They were secondarily exposed, and we have to prevent them. So, the lesson that we can learn from Sarin Tokyo, the lesson that we can learn from Syria 2013, where physicians and nurses they took care of the victims from sarin attack. There were few healthcare workers that died secondarily to exposure to the victims. The lessons are that we need to give or to assure that the primary or the first responders that enter the scene will use personal protective equipment, and not only the first responders, but also the hospital healthcare workers that are treating patients before they are decontaminated. If we assure that we use personal protective equipment and we decontaminate the patients, the danger or the risk for the first responders, whoever they are, is nil. How will the public react? This is a question that you should ask if you want to plan a system to react to a chemical mass toxicological incident. Because the public, most probably, we are going to see a worried well coming or influx into the hospital. They were not in the scene, they were not involved in the scene, but they think because they heard in the social media or because they heard in the television and see the sites, they think that they were exposed as well. So they will rush to the hospital in order to get a treatment. How do we know that? We know that because of the numbers in Sarin Tokyo. Most of the victims who arrived to the hospital arrived by themselves, not by the EMS, and most of them were mildly intoxicated or not intoxicated at all. They did not need any treatment. They overwhelmed the emergency rooms of Tokyo hospitals, and they interfered with the treatment of those who are critically ill. We know another example from an event, a non-conventional event of dispersion of cesium-137, which is a radioactive substance in Guiana, Brazil in 1986. And in that case, in that scenario, the exact number of patients that were exposed to cesium-137 was 250, but 125,000 inhabitants of Guiana came to be analyzed and screened to be sure that they were not exposed to radiation. So the ratio here is 1 to 500. Okay, so this was the introduction, and then we have to discuss what are the possible response scheme to this type of incident. I think this is the same. Okay, so what is the response plan? Response plan says, first of all, prevent the event. But you can't prevent accidents, you can't prevent terrorism all the time, and you may be failing. So if you fail, you have to prepare yourself, and you have to assume that sometimes you fail to prevent the event. So you have to assume you have to prepare yourself to a severe probable scenario. How you prepare yourself for the severe probable scenario? First of all, you have to set the goals of this response. What are the goals of the response? The first goal is to treat only those that you can affect their prognosis. Only those that you can affect prognosis. What is the main cause of death in a chemical event? Respiratory failure. You want to treat those that are in danger of being into respiratory arrest or on the way to respiratory arrest. Because if you don't treat them, they will die. They will surely die. The second priority is to assist, not to treat, but to assist those that you can't affect their prognosis. As I said, in most of the victims following a chemical exposure, you will find them in mild to no exposure at all. And their symptoms and signs will be very mild. So you don't have to treat them, but you have to assist them. First of all, you want to lower their psychological stress. Secondly, you want to divert them from the main emergency room, because if you let them enter the emergency room, they are going to overwhelm the emergency room and interfere in your primary or first priority goal. And the third principle in the response is to ensure the safety of the first responders. Ensure the safety of the first responders means, one, give them personal protective equipment. Second, undress and decontaminate the patients. Decontamination has two reasons. Why do we decontaminate? One, the first is to stop the entrance of the chemical into the body through the skin, through the vapors through the eye, by the vapors through the respiratory system. The second reason why we decontaminate patients is to protect the caregivers. How do we protect the first responders or the healthcare worker in the hospital? We have 4 types of personal protective equipment. We have the level A. Level A personal protective equipment is a very cumbersome system. It's a suit with a tank of air inside. The tank of air contains air enough for 20 to 30 minutes of work. Following that, you have to go out. You have to carefully undress from this level A suit. You have to replace the air, and only then, and only after a medical checkup, you can enter again. So it is very cumbersome. It is not used for extricating patients. It is not used to treat patients. It is used, at least in Israel, but also in other Western countries, for the firefighters mainly, in order to deal with the source, the chemical source itself. Whether this is a tank of a railway, whether this is a bomb, residual chemicals dripping from a bomb, whether this is an industrial accident, they have to go there and stop the leaking. This is used, they used for this, the level A suit. Here in the picture taken from Japan in 1995, this is the level of protection used by the military, the Japanese military, when they enter the scene in order to take samples, in order to clean, to decontaminate the scene, not to decontaminate patients, not to extricate patients. It is too cumbersome. The level B A level B is used in many countries to extricate patients from the ground zero, to treat patients in medical stations, and to decontaminate patients on the scene. This is the American type of response. We don't believe in that type because, again, this is using air. You need to replace the air about 20 minutes following your entrance to the scene, and it is very cumbersome. What we use in Israel, in other parts of the world as well, not in Europe, mainly Israeli, this is the Israeli system, is level C. Level C doesn't use any tank of air, you don't need to replace the air, of course, but the resistance or the defense that this type of level of protection gives the intervention forces is lower, and it necessitates that the workers that were level C enters the scene for only few seconds or minutes. They don't stay in the scene with level C. But this is used in the hospital for treating patients before they are decontaminated. Because if they are decontaminated, we don't have to use level C, we can use the daily protection level, which is level D. Here we can see a picture taken from Britain in the VX incident in 2018, and you can see the firefighters taking samples with level A. You can see those who assist them in level C, and you can see two policemen in level D following or behind the hot zone controlled line. So, level A is unnecessary in the hospitals. It is used in the hot zone by the firefighters. Level B is unnecessary in the hospitals. In the hospital arena for rescue in some places in the world. It is used for decontamination on site by the American and by the part of the European, and it is used for transporting the victims to the hospital, not in the Israeli concept. And level C, which is the basic protection equipment in Israel, both pre-hospital and in hospital. One of the main difference between chemical event and the mass toxicology of trauma, mass incident of trauma, is that in chemical event we have more players than in mass trauma event. The importance of incident command by the police is tremendous in a chemical event which takes place, because we need a unified command that dictates and coordinates the activity within the scene and outside the scene by the EMS, the fire brigade, the hospitals, and the police force itself. We need the assistance, usually, of other ministries, like the Ministry of Environmental Health, in identifying the source, the chemical used, or public affairs and risk communication, which is done usually not by the EMS and not by the police, but by one of the ministries. And in case there is a large-scale event like Bhopal disaster or even the Moscow incident in 2002, we'll need military support as well. One thing that I should stress, if something like that happens in one city, this is not a response of single hospital. This is a response of all the hospitals in this city or even in this region, So coordination of this, all these hospitals should be done, and this is not done by the hospital itself, but by any governmental agency that has the authority to coordinate between the hospitals. What is the pre-hospital response? Before the year 2000 in Israel, there were no personal protective equipment and no antidotes in the police cars, in the EMS cars, in the fire brigade cars. And that's why we set a committee, a steering committee, and we play a scenario, like the scenario that I'm playing now. Following the announcement or the first call that something is happening in a mall where, for example, a sarin-like substance was released, about 10 to 15 minutes later, the first car arrived, the first, let's say, police car arrives, and if the policeman doesn't have personal protective equipment and they enter the scene, they will join the victims. They will be exposed and either incapacitated or worse, going on into respiratory failure. And if we look at the first ambulance that arrives to the scene, again, if they don't have personal protective equipment on board, their destiny will be the same. So even though a mass toxicological incident will be declared about 30 to 40 minutes following the release, if the intervention force doesn't have on board their personal protective equipment and no antidotes, they can't enter the scene. They have to wait for cars to go to the warehouses to take from there the equipment, the necessary equipment, the vital equipment, and bring them again to the scene, and just then enter to the scene. And when you enter a scene following a release of sarin for 60 minutes, there is no living person in the scene. All those who could escape, escaped, and all those who were incapacitated and went into respiratory arrest are dead. So that was the reason that in the year 2000, following the work of this steering committee, we have changed the response. But before I will show you the Israeli response, Israeli model of response, I will elaborate a little bit on other type of response, which is the American or European model. And according to this model, at least a couple of dozen years ago, the response was based on level A suits to enter the scene to extricate patients. But again, look at how many level suit personnel are needed to take one victim out. You need 4 personnel to take one victim out if you use level A. And you do it once, you have to disrobe, you have to decontaminate yourself, and then take another tank of air and go back into the scene, because this is very cumbersome. So we don't use level A, we don't use level B when we extricate patients. It takes time. The second thing, or the second principle of the American and European principle of response is to bring the decontamination facility to the scene. Now, let's take a truck with decontamination facility and try to move the decontamination facility in the streets of Varanasi. It won't happen. It will take time. It will take 2 hours to get to the scene. But in 2 hours, there is no living person, exposed person on the scene, because those who could escape from the scene won't wait for decontamination. They will rush to the hospital. And we heard 2 hours ago that 50% of the victims of car accidents in India arrives to the hospital not by the EMS, they arrive by the police. So they will rush by the police, by the cars, by the taxis, by the rickshaw, and we arrive to the hospitals. They are mildly injured because all those non-ambulatory patients are inside the scene. But if we wait 2 hours for decontamination and will not enter the scene immediately and extricate patient, the decontamination 2 hours later would be of bodies, not of living persons. So this is the situation according to the American and European model. Our model is different. First of all, in the pre-hospital arena, because we have limited pre-hospital resources, relatively limited, we dictated in that committee in the year 2000 that the persons who extricate patients from the ground zero outside are not the medical intervention forces, are not the EMS. The extricated intervention forces is based on the police. It means the police go on level C protection equipment or even level B if they want to be more sure. They enter the scene, they extricate the patients outside, and outside we have limited forces of the EMS, and they take care of the victims outside, not in the scene, but on the border of the scene, wearing level C protection. This is the model. And what we anticipate from the EMS to do in the pre-hospital, ensure airway, ventilate the patient, that may stop the victims going into respiratory arrest, which is the main reason of death, main cause of death, and undress the patient if they have the time, and transport them to the nearest that they have on board. They enter the scene, they extricate the patients, and the EMS that arrives to the scene will treat the victims extricated outside. So, patients will be decontaminated only in the hospital, not on scene. Who is the incident commander? The police. According to Israeli model, the police is the incident commander and coordinates the activity on scene and on the way to the hospitals of all intervention forces. For the last part of my share, I want to show you how much time do I have, Kavita? כשנסיים? אני אעשה את זה בגרסה הקצרה. 5 דקות.
How long does he need to finish now? Yes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Pictures? Okay, I want to show you some pictures taken in the drill in Kaplan Medical Center. This is a medium-sized hospital in the southern part, central part of Israel. We are not level 1 trauma center, we are level 2 at the most. But we have prepared, as all acute care hospital in Israel prepared themselves to admit mass casualty incident patients from trauma and from chemicals as well. So what I want to stress for you in these pictures are those. First of all, you can see the level of protection of the stretcher carrier, the decontamination nurse, and the triage nurse. They all wear level C protection. And you can see the flow of the victims. This is the triage point. And then from the triage point, those who are ambulatory patients are diverted to a relatively far group of showers to decontaminate themselves, to undress themselves and to decontaminate themselves. They don't enter the main emergency room. Remember, we want to preserve the emergency room for those who need our intervention to save their life. It means trying to prevent respiratory arrest. So we divert them to showers in other places. And those who are, this is the personal protective equipment of the triage group, and this is the personal protective equipment, which is again level C, but a little bit more robust, but this is level C for a nurse who is one of the group of decontamination unit, we call it. We have a decontamination unit in the hospital. This is an organic nurses of the hospital that we train every year on decontamination. And in that case, we can summon them from home, or if they are luckily on call in the hospital, we can be assisted by them. This is the triage point, and this is the contamination facility. Now, this is the contamination facility which is outside the gate of the hospital, the main entrance to the hospital. And this is used only for those non-ambulatory patients. And you can see the patient, the victims. This is a doll. This is not a true victim, of course. And all the nurses, the decontamination nurses, are wearing level C protection devices. You can see here the security officer. The security officer protects his eyes, protects his respiratory system, and protects his hands. But that's all. They don't need full gear in order to function in case of emergency, chemical emergency arriving to the hospital. Here you can see the level of protection of the MDA, the MADA, the EMS, who brings patients to the hospital. And you can see this is level C. This is not level B and not level A, of course. Again, the security officer. And here we can see a control area, a limit of the control area, which we call a yellow line, which define the border of the decontamination facility and the start of a clean area. It defines the border between the so-called warm zone and the cold zone. This is a map of the emergency room, and in case that we have a patient, arriving patient to the triage officer, and the triage decides that this patient is going to go into respiratory arrest, which is the main cause of chemical intoxication, cause of death in chemical intoxication. He will dictate that this patient will enter the emergency room without decontamination, because decontamination takes time. And if you decontaminate patient and you don't assist his respiration, he will die. You will decontaminate a body, not a living being. And this is the picture taken in that specific place in the emergency room, which is dedicated only for those who are in immediate need for respiratory assistance. They will get their intubation, they will get their ventilation, and they will be decontaminated by nurses within the emergency room. These are a small group of victims. The main group of victims are ambulatory patients, and they are not entering the emergency room. And here you see the border between the warm area within the emergency room and the clean area where the patients are going to be moved. Here you can see an anesthesiologist, and she is carrying level C protection. And here we can see the clean area within the emergency room. What is the level of protection of the staff in this area? Gloves only. Level D. We don't need personal protective equipment in clean area following decontamination of the patients. And this is the site for the ambulatory victims. This is not emergency room. This is outpatient clinic. And here we can assist them, we can give them psychological support, we can give them water and food, and we can keep them happy and send them home. And this is the picture of our organic decontamination unit in Kaplan Medical Center. Thank you very much. Any questions? So maybe you're too tired or too sleepy.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Decontamination prior to transit. How do we do that?
Decontamination prior to?
Transit, before transporting.
From transporting, we ask the EMS only to undress the patient.
Okay.
Not to wash them, not to put them any chemicals, detergents or whatever. Only undress the patient, bag the clothes in double bags, and that's all. If they don't do it, it's okay with us. We will decontaminate them as well, anyhow in the entrance of the hospital.
In Israel, decontamination is done on the level of the hospital. There are places around the world, there are countries that deploy decontamination units to the scene. But because Israel is so small, right, there is no reason to do that, because until the decontamination team will get to the scene, half of the exposure will come into a hospital. So we do not do decontamination at the scene.
Maybe for some country like ours, we might need to have a system where you can send a decontamination unit to the site.
Do you?
No, we don't
traffic
have.
jams here in Varanasi, try to pass the city from one side to the other with the fire brigade. How long does it take you? The patient will come to the nearest hospital much faster than you get to the decontamination.
So it's better to have it outside of our hospital.
I believe so.
Thank you, Dr. Leon Polis, to accommodate our request at the last moment. Now, I would like to invite Shri Abhishek Rai. He is Deputy Commandant at National Disaster Relief Force, Varanasi. He joined NDRF in 2016. He has been involved in rescue and relief operations in major disasters in our country, like cyclone and flood, since then. Recently, the team led by him, along with Dr. Pankaj Gaurav, who is Deputy Commandant and Senior Medical Officer, under the leadership of Shri M.K. Sharma, who is Commandant, returned from Turkey after providing rescue and relief operations in the earthquake which hit on 6th February 2023. I request him to present a small talk for all of us, and I request all of you to please give a huge round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. First of all, on behalf of Commandant Shri Manoj Kumar Sharma, Commandant 11 NDRF Varanasi. And on my personal behalf, I thank you all for giving us the opportunity to stand before you and present our views and the thoughts which we have gathered in Turkey. Let me tell you, this was a first-hand experience of NDRF in a foreign land in case of such an enormous earthquake of such huge magnitude. So I'll just run through the things. The incident happened on 6th of February, the same month this year. It was around 4:17 in the morning. So we might imagine that people at the VIAs, they might be sleeping in the houses. The location where we worked were two cities. One was Nurdagi city in the Gaziantep province, and another one was Antakya city of Hatay province. So basically these cities, they lie somewhere down south of Turkey towards the borders of Syria. I would just narrate you the incident, why this was so enormous and why these cities were hampered a lot. Because Antakya was located around 200 kilometers from the point of impact. But still the destruction of Antakya was enormous. It was simply because it lied on the fault zone, on the fault, the plates where the plates merged. So the city was just lying on the fault line. Apart from that, the impact of the earthquake was 7.8. We can imagine the gravity, because 7-pointer earthquake is within itself a huge earthquake, and if the earthquake of 7-point magnitude strikes some city thrice, so it becomes 3 times. So the first one was 7.8. Then came 7.2, and the last one was 7.6. So within a span of 2 days, the city was hit by 3 earthquakes of this much magnitude. So what was our response basically from India? As soon as this incident happened, the government of India, it took a very wise and quick decision of sending the rescue teams for response operations. Immediately on the same day, 2 of our teams, one from Ghaziabad and other from Calcutta, they were flown to Turkey. We were the third team to fly there, and when we landed there on 9th, the scene was quite devastating. So this is basically the picture which I have depicted, how we flew to Turkey. It took us 8 hours in the C-17 aircraft. The whole team, this is basically the timeline. So you can just go through the sequence. Like we took off the flight from Lal Bahadur Shastri Airport, Varanasi. Thereafter we went to Hindon Air Base, Ghaziabad. Our codal formalities regarding the visa, passport, it was done very quickly. Thereafter we landed to Gaziantep Airport, which was around 200 kilometers from Antakya. It took us around 17 to 18 hours from Gaziantep Airport to Antakya, because in between these 200 kilometers we had to encounter 5 to 6, 10 kilometers long traffic jam. This was all because either the people were coming to help the city guys, or the people from the city, they were leaving their places due to this devastation. So there was chaos all around. And on 9th, in the midnight, it was around 11:58 hours, we reached the city, Antakya, and we established our base of operation. As and when we landed the place, we got a call from the AFAD, which is the local disaster management agency, that there has been a distress call of a few guys who were supposed to be stuck in some site. So we immediately left the place. These are a few of the pictures, like what was the composition of our team, how we took off the flight. We in fact carried our own vehicles. We had canine, we had doctors, team of doctors, officers, rescuers. So we were in all a self-sufficient team. This is the brief. So the first day's scene I was talking about, we got a call, and immediately as and when we landed after this journey, we jumped into action. And after working for 15 hours continuously, we could retrieve 4 dead bodies. So it was very sad that we could not save the person, but we were able to save 4 dead bodies. And the scene there was like, it was all hue and cry. People were very sad, they were distressed. It was a scene all around. And so this was the first day. We worked there for 8 to 10 days, and in this whole span, we were able to save 2 lives, 2 precious lives of 2 beautiful girls. Apart from that, we had extricated around more than 80 bodies. So these are few of the photographs which I'd like to present before you. This was the figure which I have already given to you. After all of these events, our de-induction was there. We were de-inducted on 18th of February after we had completed our job. And again from Adana airport, we were taken back to India. Now the whole span which I have narrated you, I'd just like to depict few photographs, and these photographs are self-explanatory in nature. These were the structures where we were working. In fact, one of the days we were visited by the Indian ambassador, Dr. Virendra Paul. It was a pleasure to meet him. He was in direct touch with the Indian rescue teams, and he in fact helped us a lot with all our needs and all. This is how we rescued the girls and extricated the bodies. Even our canine, we had taken our canine, which was of great help. In fact, the 2 girls which we saved, it was just with the help of the canine only. During this event, the medical team, it was of great help. In fact, Dr. Pankaj Gaurav, he was a pioneer in setting up of medical camps and distribution of medicines. He looked after the patients well, with a few of the figures which have been depicted below. Apart from all these rescue works, we have had an opportunity to help the localites with some tents and some medicines and all. And this is how our team was de-inducted at the last. When we returned home, it was a great opportunity for us to having been interacting with the Honorable Prime Minister of India. He called us at his home, and he was very eager to know about the events. He inquired about all the each and every nitty-gritties of the disaster on which we were working. So it was a great experience. He in fact interacted directly with the rescuers himself, and he wanted to know the answers directly from the horse's mouth. In fact, there were around 80 rescue agencies from different parts of the world, apart from India. So they had established a UCC, Unified Coordination Cell, in which all the teams, the team commanders, in fact, they visited daily in the morning and in the evening. In the morning, we would go there. The city was divided into various sectors, and we would be allotted the sectors to work upon. And in the evening, the results would be declared, like we extricated how many live victims, we extricated how many dead bodies, and the compilation would be done on the virtual OSO. So this was the daily process on which all the international agencies, they were working. At last, we flew back home, and we were received at Varanasi with a great gesture. And few of the media coverages. So this was all from my side about the event, about the rescue work done by NDRF at Turkey. I'd be happy to answer the questions from your side, please.
saw in one of the pictures that you have heavy equipment. Did you also deploy heavy equipment with you, or it was local?
Sir, our team was in fact capable of doing all the things. It was only because we were carrying our own equipment. We were having our canine. We had each and every element which was needed in a disaster. And in fact, we did not seek any help from the localites because we were going to help them. So if we are going to take any help from them, it would be of no mean.
No, actually, he's asking about the heavy equipment.
Yeah,
We didn't carry any heavy equipment. Those were provided by the Turkish government.
You are asking about the excavators?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
But all the such equipments.
Yes.
were-
Yeah. Amazing.
So if it is all, thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhishek. It's been pleasure and it's a matter of proud for us, all from India and especially for Banasi, that you people have gone and done this operation. Those have a very deep meanings. And हिंदी में कहते हैं कि हम आपका सम्मान आपका नहीं करना चाहते, आपका सम्मान करने से हम लोग का सम्मान बढ़ जाता है. तो मैं शर्मा सर को, अभिषेक जी को और गौरव को चाहूँगा कि स्टेज पे आएँ और जस्ट एक टोकन हम लोग की ओर से प्लीज़. एंड आई विल लाइक of the country.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move towards the highlight of the day. and that highlight will be 2 drills that we'll be performing. One is the pre-hospital drill that will be performed by our guest from NDRF, and the another one will be the hospital drill, which will be performed by our own staff. And after those 2 drills, debriefing will take place here, where we will analyze those 2 drills. So the audience who are seated here, please be seated, because they'll be telecast in the auditorium only. So we'll wait for telecast to begin. And those who are participating in the drill, please reach to the destined area for the pre-hospital and the hospital drill. As you can see on the screen, this is the area where a pre-hospital drill will take place. You want to be outside? Okay, I'll take you. It's just across
बड़ा सावधान है
हमने फिर रखा है दोनों वही टेबल पर आप इतने क्या
ऑडियो ऑडियो आएगा ना ऑडियो के लिए बोलो उधर नहीं तो उधर बात क्या ऑडियो क्या कोई भी आ सकती ऑडियो ऑडिटोरियम में ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है हाँ
आवाज नीचे आओ ठीक है मैं सोच रहा हूँ मोबाइल में टाइप कर देता हूँ लैपटॉप में एडिट करता हूँ मोबाइल में छापने में मज़ा है ना
हेलो क्या बोल रही हो अरे माइक में थोड़ी बोलते हैं के अंदर नहीं पता तो पूछ लिया करो अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुई है ड्रिल अभी सब लोग पहुंच गए हैं ड्रिल के लिए
चलो क्या बात चलो देखना
बना दे
यहीं सब दिखेगा यहीं से सब दिखेगा
ये क्या दिखेगा आवाज़ थोड़ी आएगी
आवाज़ अभी आएगी
गिल्ला मैडम दिखेगी वो दिख रही है
तो गिल्ला मैडम देखने की जरूरत नहीं खमुरा 60 साल के गिल्ला मैडम
पापा के 60 साल के
और नीति के
पापा लोग 60 साल
अंदर लगे समझे 37 साल की है
ये लोग 60 साल हो जाते
हमारा तो थोड़े से नहीं तुम भी तो डॉक्टर बोल रहे हो 60 साल को देखो लक्ष्य नहीं दिखाना
टकला कितने साल का टकला
60 साल का
हाँ अच्छा, तो रंजीत बाबा आप बात करिए ना, मैं यहाँ पे बात नहीं कर सकता भैया, तो ठीक है।
No, this is a disaster well, only it will. So the scenario is gas blast has been handled in the trauma center in the CIR lab where it has been handled, and India team is trying to evacuate it, and the place of injury as it is known in the part
ये एक ड्रिल है, ड्रिल में ये बताया जा रहा है।
अंशु ने अभी सिनेरियो शेयर किया है। सिनेरियो में बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स का सिनेरियो है, वहाँ पे एनडीआरएफ की टीम जाएगी। चूंकि ये प्री हॉस्पिटल ड्रिल है तो इसमें एनडीआरएफ के लोग पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। वो वहाँ से पेशेंट्स को इवैक्यूएट करके निकालेंगे। तो अभी जो सिनेरियो है वो ये सिनेरियो है।
नेशनल डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स फोर्स इंडिया का एक ऐसा फोर्स है जिसने विद इंडिया अब्रॉड इंडिया डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ डिजास्टर के दौरान क्विक एक्शन करते हुए आम लोगों के जान माल के जीवन बचाने का कार्य करती है। नेशनल डिजास्टर रिस्पॉन्स फोर्स ने अपने इस कौशल से बहुत ही कम समय में ऊंचाइयों को छुआ है। आज भारतवर्ष के लोगों के हृदय में एक विशेष कुछ लोगों के फंसे होने की स्थिति में एनडीआरएफ को रिस्पांस दिखाना है। इस गैस रिसाव के कारण ध्वस्त इमारत में कुछ लोगों के दबे होने से केमिकल नंबर 1112 टेट्राफ्लोरोथेन आईडी नंबर 3159 से हुई हानिकारक गैस रिसाव से सप्लाई पाइप में विस्फोट होने के कारण बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स होना एवं गैस से लोगों को प्रभावित होने की सूचना प्राप्त हुई है। एनडीआरएफ रिस्पॉन्स इन गोल्डन आवर पर कार्य करती है, जिसमें अधिक से अधिक जिंदगियों को बचाया जा सकता है। आपदा की सूचना मिलते ही एनडीआरएफ की टीमें घटनास्थल की ओर त्वरित रवाना होती है। आप देख रहे हैं एनडीआरएफ की टीमें घटनास्थल पर पहुंच चुकी है।
एनडीआरएफ टीम कमांडर द्वारा घटनास्थल पर इंसिडेंट कमांडर को एनडीआरएफ टीम पहुंचने की सूचना देते हुए कि घटनास्थल एनडीआरएफ की टीम पहुंच चुकी है। इसके बाद सबसे पहले पता लगाया जाता है कौन सी गैस लीक हुई है। इसके लिए गैस डिटेक्शन टीम अपने गैस अलर्ट माइक्रो 5 के साथ पूरा प्रोटेक्शन लेकर के रिस्पिरेटरी प्रोटेक्शन और बॉडी प्रोटेक्शन दोनों का इस्तेमाल करते हुए घटनास्थल की तरफ रवाना होती है। सबसे पहले ये पता लगाया जाता है कि हानिकारक गैस कौन सी है, कितना नुकसान कर सकती है। उसी अनुसार ये SCBA सेट, सेल्फ कंटेन्ड ब्रीथिंग ऑपरेटर सेट के साथ 2 रेस्क्यूअर कोलैप्स स्ट्रक्चर की तरफ बढ़ते हुए इनके पास गैस अलर्ट माइक्रो 5 है, जिसमें हानिकारक गैस की प्रेजेंस का पता लगाया जाता है और उसके अनुसार कंफर्मेशन के बाद ये बताते हैं कि कौन सी हानिकारक गैस यहाँ पर मौजूद है। बहुत जरूरी है एक रेस्क्यूअर के लिए बॉडी प्रोटेक्शन और रिस्पिरेटरी प्रोटेक्शन, क्योंकि कई जगहों पर सीवीआर इमरजेंसी होने पर कुछ ऐसी केमिकल गैस मौजूद होती है जो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसानदायक है। अभी गैस डिटेक्शन टीम द्वारा बताया गया यहाँ पर 1112 टेट्राफ्लोरोइथेन गैस, इसका आईडी नंबर 3159 है, इसके प्रेजेंस की संभावना है। और साथ ही इन्होंने बताया कि कोलैप्स स्ट्रक्चर के कारण कुछ स्लैब गिर जाने का एलपीजी सिलेंडर अभी भी लीक कर रहा है। अब ये टीम वापस आएगी और एक शील्डिंग टीम आगे जाएगी। डिटेक्शन टीम का सिग्नल मिलने के बाद एक डीएम की डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की नहीं करके शील्डिंग टीम एडवांस करते हुए शील्डिंग टीम जा रही है और जहां पर जो वाल्व डैमेज या जो भी सिलेंडर या गैस पाइपलाइन में लीकेज है उसको सील करने के लिए या पैचिंग करने के लिए अपने सभी सामान का इस्तेमाल करती है। क्योंकि यह डेमो है इसीलिए थोड़ा सा कम समय में हर चीज को दिखाया जा रहा है। जब तक हम गैस के रिसाव को नहीं रोकते हैं तब तक वहां काम करना हमारे लिए खतरा होता है। जो अंदर विक्टिम है उनके लिए खतरा है, तो डेंजर सिचुएशन किसी भी लाइफ के लिए थ्रेटनिंग हो सकती है। इसलिए गैस के रिसाव को रोकना बहुत जरूरी है। गैस को एलपीजी गैस सिलेंडर जो लीक कर रहा है उसको शील्डिंग टीम के द्वारा शील्ड किया जा रहा है और शील्डिंग के बाद ही एमएफआर टीम आगे जाएगी, कार्रवाई करेगी। नहीं तो जितने रेस्क्यूअर अंदर जा रहे हैं उनके लिए लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग कंडीशन हो सकती है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स है, अनस्टेबल स्ट्रक्चर है और फर्दर खतरा बना रहता है। इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है जहां भी हजार्डस चीजें हैं उनको तुरंत वहां से रिमूव किया जाए। अब आप देखिए आपके सामने एक एलपीजी सिलेंडर को सील्ड करके बाहर लेके आते हुए गैस शील्डिंग टीम के द्वारा एक सिलेंडर को सील करके बाहर लाया जा रहा है। इसके बाद ही एक एमएफआर टीम आगे जाती है जो अंदर फंसे हुए विक्टिम को बाहर लेके आती। एक मेडिकल फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर टीम अंदर जा रही है, फंसे हुए विक्टिम को बाहर ले आई। नियम ये कहता है अंदर इस पूरी कार्रवाई की जाए, क्योंकि यह डेमो है इसीलिए सब चीजों को थोड़ा थोड़ा अलग अलग करके दिखाया जा रहा है।
ऑपरेशन के दौरान बचाव कर्मी और पीड़ितों दोनों की सुरक्षा का पूर्ण ध्यान रखा जाता है। टीमों द्वारा व्यक्तिगत सुरक्षा उपकरण, पर्सनल प्रोटेक्टिव इक्विपमेंट का प्रयोग करते हुए कार्यस्थल को सुरक्षित किया जाता है। सीबीआरएन, केमिकल, बायोलॉजिकल, रेडियोलॉजिकल, न्यूक्लियर टीम द्वारा हवा के रूप का भी पता लगाया जाता है, जिससे यह पता चल सके कि हानिकारक गैस का बहाव किस दिशा में है एवं तदनुसार ऑपरेशन की रूपरेखा एवं योजना निर्धारित की जाती है। सीबीआरएन टीम के सभी सदस्य हानिकारक गैस से बचाव हेतु विशेष प्रकार के सूट ए लेवल सूट पहनते हैं तथा डीएम किट की मदद से गैस के रिसाव को बंद किया जाता है।
यह डेमो थोड़ा दिखाया जा रहा है। घटनास्थल पर ही विक्टिम का ट्रायल पीएचडी किया जाता है। क्योंकि अनस्टेबल स्ट्रक्चर है वहां पर विक्टिम को पीएचडी देना सेफ नहीं रहेगा, इसलिए इस कार्रवाई को बाहर ले आकर के दिखाया जा रहा। अभी विक्टिम को एक एक करके स्ट्रेचर पर बाहर ले आएंगे, इसके बाद ही आगे की कार्रवाई की जाएगी। सबसे पहले विक्टिम का फिजिकल असेसमेंट के दौरान ये देखा जाता है विक्टिम को किस प्रकार की इंजरी हुई है। इंजरी के अनुसार उसका चोट की गंभीरता को निर्धारित किया जाता है। उसी चोट की गंभीरता के अनुसार उनको ट्राइस रिबन दिया जाता है, जो 4 प्रकार का हो सकता है। और यह कलर इसलिए दिए जाते हैं ताकि उनके ट्रीटमेंट में प्राथमिकता दी जा सके। अगर सभी मरीजों को प्राथमिकता नहीं दी जाएगी तो ट्रीटमेंट में दिक्कत होगी, इसलिए विक्टिम को बाहर ले आकर के ट्रायल्स की कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
CSSR कोलैप्स स्ट्रक्चर सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू टीम के स्ट्रक्चर इंजीनियर के द्वारा ध्वस्त इमारत की मजबूती का आकलन किया जाता है ताकि यथानुसार बचाव कर्मी और खोजी स्वान डॉग को इमारत के अंदर भेजा जा सके। स्वान दस्ते के द्वारा ध्वस्त इमारत में दबे हुए जीवित व्यक्तियों को खोजने का प्रयास किया जाता है।
अभी आप सामने देखिए विक्टिम को बाहर ले जाया गया है। बाहर लाते ही ट्रेस टीम के द्वारा उनका ट्रेस किया जा रहा है। ट्रेस करना जरूरी है विक्टिम चोट के अनुसार। ट्रेस करने के बाद ही विक्टिम को पीएचडी दिया जाएगा।
सिंपल ट्राइज एंड रैपिड ट्रीटमेंट। यदि किसी व्यक्ति को घटनास्थल पर त्वरित चिकित्सीय मदद की जरूरत पड़ती है तो उसे टीम की चिकित्सा शाखा द्वारा उपचार दिया जाता है। सबसे पहले पीड़ितों को ट्राइज किया जाता है। पीड़ितों को उनके शरीर में लगी चोट गंभीरता के आधार पर उन्हें विभिन्न रंगों का रिबन लगाया जाता है। इसमें लाल, पीला, हरा और काला रंग के रिबन का प्रयोग किया जाता है। फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी रेड कलर रिबन को ट्राइज किए जाते हैं। उन पीड़ितों को दिया जाता है जिन्हें गंभीर चोट, अत्यधिक रक्तस्राव, सांस लेने में तकलीफ हो। सेकंड प्रायोरिटी येलो कलर रिबन से ट्राइज किए जाते हैं। उन पीड़ितों को दिया जाता है जिन्हें अत्यधिक चोट, दर्द, सूजन, पीठ के किसी हिस्से में तकलीफ हो। तीसरी प्राथमिकता हरा रंग के रिबन से ट्राइज किए जाते हैं। उन पीड़ितों को दिया जाता है जिन्हें कम चोट, दर्द हो, हल्का सूजन हो, हड्डियों में टूट-फूट हो। और आखिरी लास्ट प्राथमिकता काला रंग के रिबन से ट्राइज किए जाते हैं। उन पीड़ितों को दिया जाता है जिन्हें अंग भंग जैसे सिर का धड़ से अलग हो जाना।
ट्राइज किए गए पेशेंट्स को पीएचटी दिया जाता है। उनकी जैसी चोट होती है उसके अनुसार ट्राइज रिबन कलर दिया जाता है। सबसे पहले जो पेशेंट को रेड कलर का रिबन दिया गया है। रेड कलर का मतलब है सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता। यहाँ पर प्राथमिकता देना अनिवार्य है क्योंकि इस मरीज की कंडीशन क्रिटिकल होती जा रही है और इसका वाइटल साइन को मॉनिटर करना बहुत जरूरी है। रेड कलर के रिबन वाले पेशेंट को सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता देते हुए, फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी देते हुए विक्टिम को पीएचटी दिया जा रहा है। अब देखिए एक ट्रेंड एमएफआर टीम कैसे पीएचटी दे रही है। क्योंकि हम लोग डॉक्टर नहीं है, घटनास्थल पर जो भी मौजूद है वो फर्स्ट एड का कार्य कर सकते हैं। अगर उन्हें थोड़ी सी जानकारी या सिखलाई दी गई है, थोड़ी सी मदद किसी की जान बचा सकती है, तो जरूरी है हम जान बचाने के तरीके को सीखें। कैसे सीख सकते हैं? सबसे पहले ब्लड को रोकना। अगर किसी मरीज का ब्लड बाहर निकल रहा है, उसको रोकने के कई तरीके। उनमें सबसे पहले डायरेक्ट प्रेशर से उसके बहते हुए खून को हम रोक सकते हैं। अगर खून को नहीं रोकेंगे, उसी बहते हुए खून की हालत में हम विक्टिम को आगे ले गए हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचाने में जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में टाइम लगेगा, उसके दौरान विक्टिम की कंडीशन और भी ज़्यादा क्रिटिकल हो सकती है। इसलिए पीएचटी देना, फर्स्ट एड देना बहुत बड़ा काम नहीं है, हमें जानना चाहिए। इसीलिए डेमो और अन्य कार्यक्रम किए जाते हैं ताकि सब लोग जान सकें, सीख सकें। पीएचटी में सबसे पहले जरूरी है एयरवे चेक करें। एयरवे ओपन होना चाहिए, ब्रीथिंग नॉर्मल होनी चाहिए और सर्कुलेशन, ब्लड लॉस ना हो, इस बात का सिंपल सा फार्मूला है ABCD। फर्स्ट एड देने के बाद हम ब्लड को रोक पाने में सफल होते हैं, क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा किसी रोड एक्सीडेंट में या किसी भी हादसे में, मल्टी कैजुअल्टी इंसिडेंट में ब्लड लॉस से ही इंजरी ज़्यादा होती है। यहाँ ध्यान देना है, विक्टिम की संख्या बहुत ज़्यादा हो सकती है, हमारे पास रिसोर्स लिमिटेड होते हैं और कार्रवाई तेजी से करनी है ताकि कम से कम समय में लोगों की जान बचाई जा सके। गोल्डन आवर प्रिंसिपल का मकसद ये है, घटना होने की 1 घंटे के अंदर सभी मरीजों घायलों को बाहर निकाल लिया जाए और उन्हें पीएचटी दे करके उनके जीवन बचाने का कार्य किया जा सके। तो बहुत जरूरी है पीएचटी को सही तरीके से दिया जाना। अगर हम पीएचटी देने में सफल रहते हैं तो विक्टिम को हम एक नया जीवन देने में सफल हो जाएंगे। बहुत कम समय में विक्टिम के बॉडी को चेकअप किया जाता है और उसके अनुसार पीएचटी दे करके हम विक्टिम के ब्लड लॉस या स्पाइनल इंजरी या बोन फ्रैक्चर जो भी चीज़ें हमको दिखती हैं उसमें हम उसकी मदद करते हैं। इसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा रिसोर्सेज की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, लेकिन रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास लिमिटेड होते हैं। लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज में हमें बहुत ज़्यादा विक्टिम को कार्रवाई करना पड़ता है, इसलिए ज़रूरी है फर्स्ट एड ट्रायल्स के आधार पर दिया जाए।
PHT प्री हॉस्पिटल ट्रीटमेंट, घायलों को उनके चोट के आधार पर प्राथमिक उपचार, सॉफ्ट टिश्यू इंजरी, बहते खून को विभिन्न तरीकों से रोकना, सिर में चोट, आंख में चोट, फीवर फ्रैक्चर, किसी नुकीली वस्तु का शरीर में चुभना। मैक्सिमम टाइम डिजास्टर के समय कम्युनिकेशन फेलियर सबसे बड़ी एक समस्या होती है। डिजास्टर के समय कम्युनिकेशन फेलियर होने से हम एक दूसरे से कम्युनिकेट नहीं कर पाते। इस दौरान NDRF QDA सैटेलाइट बेस्ड कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम का उपयोग करती है। QDA अर्थात क्विक डिप्लॉयमेंट एंटीना, आप देख पा रहे होंगे यहाँ हमारे व्हीकल पर QDA सेट लगाया गया है। ये सैटेलाइट बेस्ड कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम है। डिजास्टर के दौरान यदि इंटरनेट और अन्य कम्युनिकेशन के साधन कार्य नहीं कर रहे हो, उस दौरान भी इस सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन के माध्यम से इंटरनेट को एक्सेस किया जा सकता है। यहाँ के लाइव हो रहे ऑपरेशन को अपने कंट्रोल रूम, कमांड सेंटर में वीडियो कॉलिंग के द्वारा दिखाया जा सकता है और कंट्रोल रूम और सीनियर ऑफिसर से भी संबंधित डायरेक्शन प्राप्त किया जा सकता है। सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन के लिए QDA सिस्टम यहाँ पे इंस्टॉल किया गया है।
जैसा कि आप देख पा रहे हैं, सबसे फर्स्ट विक्टिम को जिसको ट्रेस किया गया था, रेड कलर का रिबन दिया गया था, इसको विक्टिम को PHT दिया जा चुका है, प्री हॉस्पिटल ट्रीटमेंट। अभी नए मेडिकल पोस्ट पे ले आकर के डॉक्यूमेंटेशन की कार्रवाई करके कम से कम समय में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की कार्रवाई की जाती है, ताकि इनको फर्दर एडवांस केयर के लिए हॉस्पिटल भेजा जा सके। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के लिए और फर्दर वाइटल साइन, RPSP, BP, रेस्पिरेशन पल्स, इन सबको मॉनिटर करने के लिए मेडिकल पोस्ट या रेड कलर है तो डायरेक्ट एम्बुलेंस के जरिए नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के जरिए भेजा जाता है। हॉस्पिटल में ही बेस्ट केयर की सुविधाएं मिलती हैं, क्योंकि घटना स्थल पर इतना चीज़ें संभव नहीं है, इसलिए इनका PHT प्री हॉस्पिटल ट्रीटमेंट फर्स्ट एड दे करके विक्टिम को जल्दी से जल्दी घटना स्थल से हॉस्पिटल, नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल या डिजिग्नेटेड हॉस्पिटल, ईयरमार्क हॉस्पिटल में विक्टिम को भेजा जाता है। जब कोई मास कैजुअल्टी इंसिडेंट होता है तो बहुत प्रकार के विक्टिम मिलते हैं। उन विक्टिम का अलग अलग रंगों से ट्रेस किया जाता है उनकी चोट की गंभीरता के आधार पे। आप देख रहे हैं आपके सामने दो ऐसे मरीज हैं जिनको ग्रीन कलर का रिबन लगा हुआ है, ग्रीन कलर का ट्रेस किया हुआ है, इसका मतलब इनको गंभीर चोट नहीं है और ये मरीज थोड़े से उपचार से ठीक हो सकते हैं। इनको थोड़ा सा फर्स्ट एड देने की आवश्यकता है या थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट की आवश्यकता है। उस सपोर्ट से ये विक्टिम को हम ट्रीटमेंट दे करके, इनको जो शॉक लगा है या बिल्डिंग कोलैप्स का शिकार ये थोड़ा सा भयभीत हो गए हैं, इनको सपोर्ट दे करके हमारा रेस्क्यूअर हॉस्पिटल तक या बेस हॉस्पिटल जो घटनास्थल पर बनाया जाता है मेडिकल पेज, वहाँ पर पहुँचा सकते हैं। वहाँ पर फर्दर इनके वाइटल साइन को चेक करके हम एम्बुलेंस में शिफ्ट करके हॉस्पिटल भेज सकते हैं। अलग अलग प्रकार के कलर का रिबन लगा के ट्रायल्स किया जाता है। अभी आप देखिए आपके सामने एक दूसरा मरीज जिसे PHT दिया जा चुका है और PHT देने के बाद इनको फर्दर मेडिकल पोस्ट पर ले जाया गया। मेडिकल पोस्ट पे इनका बारीकी से वाइटल साइन और मॉनिटर किया जाता है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया जाता है। जैसे ही ये कार्रवाई पूर्ण होती है तुरंत विक्टिम को आगे फर्दर नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल भेजा जाता है। साथ ही आप देखिए ग्रीन कलर का ट्राइस की हुई एक विक्टिम को एक रेस्क्यूअर के सहारे
ये हॉस्पिटल ड्रिल स्टार्ट हो गई है। हॉस्पिटल ड्रिल अभी जो चल रही थी वो प्री हॉस्पिटल थी, अब वी आर विटनेसिंग हॉस्पिटल ड्रिल।
थोड़ी चोट लगी है और इनको सहारा दे करके हम हॉस्पिटल बने हुए हॉस्पिटल बेस हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचा सकते हैं या एम्बुलेंस तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। कुछ ऐसे मरीज होते हैं जिनको थोड़ा सा उपचार दे करके प्राथमिक उपचार दिया जाए तो खुद चल के जा सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा सहारे की जरूरत होती है। मेडिकल पोस्ट पर इनको डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के लिए थोड़ी देर रोका जाता है। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कंप्लीट होने के बाद फर्दर नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल में सभी को भेजा जाता है। किसी भी मास कैजुअल्टी इंसिडेंट में कई प्रकार की चोट लग सकती है। किसी के सिर सकती है, किसी को आंख में चोट लग सकती है, किसी का रेडियस अल्ला फ्रैक्चर हो सकता है, किसी के पैर में चोट लग सकती है, लिवर फ्रैक्चर हो सकता है। उसकी चोट की गंभीर चोट के आधार पर अलग अलग कलर के रिबन से ट्राइस किया जाता है। जहाँ जरूरी है किसी भी इंसिडेंट प्लेस पर क्राउड मैनेजमेंट को किया जाए, क्योंकि क्राउड इतना ज़्यादा हो जाता है कि लोग अपने रिलेटिव्स को ढूंढने के लिए घटना, इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है क्राउड मैनेजमेंट के लिए लोकल इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसी, पुलिस इत्यादि की मदद दी जाए, क्योंकि मास कैजुअल्टी इंसिडेंट किसी एक एजेंसी के भरोसे संभव नहीं है। इसमें जरूरी है सभी एजेंसियां पार्टिसिपेट करें और समय समय पर मॉक ड्रिल या मॉक एक्सरसाइज करके अपने वर्क एफिशिएंसी को बेटर कर सकती है।
डिजास्टर नेचुरल हो या मैन मेड, उसके द्वारा दिए गए जख्म कभी इतने गहरे होते हैं कि उन्हें भरने में मानव की कई पीढ़ियां और कई दशक गुजर जाते हैं। आपदाओं को आने से तो रोका नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन यदि आपदाओं से निपटने की तैयारी उच्चतम स्तर पर रखी जाए तो उनके प्रभावों को अवश्य ही कम किया जा सकता है।
मास कैजुअल्टी में बहुत ज़्यादा विक्टिम की संख्या हो सकती है, घायलों की संख्या बहुत ज़्यादा, इसलिए सिस्टमेटिक रिसोर्सेज का यूज़ किया जाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमारे पास जितने संसाधन हैं सभी का इस्तेमाल इस तरह से करें कि हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा विक्टिम को ट्राइस करें और ट्राइस करके उनका ट्रीटमेंट की प्राथमिकता दी जाए। ट्राइस करने का मकसद यही है कि विक्टिम को चोट के आधार पर कलर कोडिंग दी जाती है ताकि ट्रीटमेंट में हॉस्पिटल भी हेल्प कर सके। वाइटल साइन को मॉनिटर किया जाता है, जिस प्रकार की चोट होती है उसी प्रकार विक्टिम को कलर कोडिंग दे करके ट्रीटमेंट दिया जाता है।
मास कैजुअल्टी इंसिडेंट ड्रिल की आवश्यकता उन आपदाओं में होती है जहां पर विक्टिम की संख्या उपस्थित संसाधनों एवं रेस्क्यूअर्स की संख्या से कहीं ज़्यादा होती है, जैसे कि भगदड़, भूकंप, ध्वस्त संरचना, सीवियर इमरजेंसी, रेल इंसिडेंट इत्यादि।
यह जरूरी है हम अपने आप को प्रिपेयर्ड रखें, क्योंकि कब आपदा आएगी, कब घटना हो जाएगी, कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता। हमारी तैयारी ही इस बात का हमें सिखलाई देती है हम कितने सक्षम हैं, कितने तैयार हैं। कई ऐसी घटनाएं हुई हैं जिसमें हमारी तैयारी बहुत अच्छी रही है या अच्छी तब रही है जब हम समय समय पर अन्य एजेंसियों के साथ मिलकर के रेगुलर मॉक टेस्ट करते रहते हैं। जितनी प्रकार की एजेंसियाँ होती हैं सभी लोग इसमें सहयोग करते हैं और सहयोग से ही किसी कार्य को सफल सुगम बनाया जा सकता है। अभी आप देखिए विक्टिम, इसके हाथ में येलो कलर का रिबन लगा हुआ है। इनको येलो कलर का ट्रांस रिबन दिया गया है। इनको पीएचडी दिया जा रहा है और पीएचडी हमारे मेडिकल स्टाफ के द्वारा दिया जा रहा है। पीएचडी देने के बाद इनके शरीर की जो चोट है, गंभीरता है, उसको थोड़ा सा कम किया जाता है, अन्यथा ये चोट उनके लिए जानलेवा साबित हो जाती है और विक्टिम को स्टेबलाइज किया जाता है। सब घायलों को यहाँ से आगे ट्रांसपोर्ट करके हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया, जहाँ फर्दर एडवांस मेडिकल केयर की सुविधाएं उपलब्ध है। उनके चोट के आधार पर उनको हॉस्पिटल के द्वारा, स्टाफ के द्वारा बेहतर उपचार दिया जा रहा है। जैसा कि अभी इंसिडेंट कमांडर के द्वारा बताया गया, सभी विक्टिम्स को निकाल लिया गया। आखिरी विक्टिम को हमारे टीम के द्वारा लाया जा रहा है। इसके बाद सारी कार्रवाई इन विक्टिम्स के फर्दर ट्रीटमेंट की हॉस्पिटल के अंदर हॉस्पिटल स्टाफ के द्वारा की जा रही है। दोनों विक्टिम को एमएफआर टीम के द्वारा फ्री हॉस्पिटल ट्रीटमेंट दिया जा रहा है। फर्स्ट एड देना हर किसी को आना चाहिए, क्योंकि विक्टिम को फर्स्ट एड देखने के बाद ही हम उसकी जान बचाने में सहयोग कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए समय समय पर छोटे छोटे कोर्सेज चलाए जाते हैं हॉस्पिटल स्टाफ के द्वारा, नॉर्मल पब्लिक के लिए और सबके लिए।
एनडीआरएफ के हर एक रेस्क्यूअर मेडिकल फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में ट्रेंड होते हैं। फिर भी हमारी स्पेशलाइज टीम के द्वारा प्री हॉस्पिटल ट्रीटमेंट की कार्रवाई की जा रही है। एनडीआरएफ वाराणसी के द्वारा मास कैजुअलिटी सिनेरियो का डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन प्रोग्राम BHU
सभी विक्टिम को पीएचडी देना जरूरी है। उनके ट्रायल रिबन के आधार पे अगर येलो कलर है तो इसका मतलब कम गंभीर चोट है, लेकिन हर मरीज को गंभीर चोट या क्रिटिकल पेशेंट समझ करके ही कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए। हर पेशेंट के बारे में ये सोचना चाहिए कि उनको सर्वाइकल इंजरी हो सकती है, इसके लिए सी कॉर्नर लगाया जाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। किसी भी विक्टिम को इग्नोर नहीं किया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि कुछ चोटें ऐसी होती हैं जो हमें सामान्य तरीके से दिखाई नहीं, बाद में गंभीर स्थिति का रूप ले लेती है। इसलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है सभी विक्टिम को सर्वाइकल इंजरी समझ करके कार्रवाई की जानी चाहिए, क्योंकि हर मरीज की कंडीशन अलर्ट नहीं होती है। वो पेनफुल हो सकती है या अनकॉन्शियस हो सकती है, उस कंडीशन में वो नहीं बता सकते अपनी कंडीशन।
पूरा आ जाएगा कवर हो जाएगा और करने का इतना तो अपने साथ यहाँ कभी तो वहाँ कर अब यहाँ
So huge round of applause. Now we will have a short debriefing session, and after that we'll enjoy our teas. So we'll wait for the debriefing and we'll wait for the teams to join us. So after both the drills, pre-hospital and hospital, I would like to invite Guy to please come on the stage and give a debriefing session on the pre-hospital drill. And from the NDRF team, I would like to invite Sanjeev Gupta ji, who was the incident commander, RB Gautam ji, and Asim sir. Please come on the stage.
Okay, before we even start the debriefing, I think those people, as well as the hospital people, really honored a big round of applause for their efforts. Because when you look on what's happened from the side, and we stood on the side and watched your people, how seriously you took the mission, devoted to the mission, means a lot. That says that you are well trained, you have the passion for saving life, and you all own another big round of applause. So, one of the toughest things to do after a real incident, and as well as after a drill, is to look what happened, to see how can we use this opportunity to learn. And why it's so hard? Because sometimes you have to say in front of audience and in front of yourself that maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I should do this instead of that. But if you think about why we need those debriefing, is exactly to learn, to avoid those pitfalls and to avoid those mistakes in the next incident that probably will happen. So in a drill it's more easy, I guess. But on a real incident, much complicated. And this is why the debriefing session is so important. And I guess the two gentlemen in front of us are feeling a little bit uncomfortable, and it's okay, because to actually expose your feelings, your thoughts, and what's happened, it's not an easy task. But in general, as I was explaining to you earlier, the issue of debriefing will come after we collect the basic data about time frame and stuff like this, and then using a debriefing tool that we have, it's kind of a checklist. We ask the people that were involved in the drill or in the real incidents to explain what's happened from their point of view, because they were part of the incident or the drill. We, as observers in this particular drill, were standing from the outside or beside the drill, and to explain what they did what they think they and their team did the right way according to the protocol, yes or no, and what are the things that they think that in the next incident or the next drill they should do differently. And maybe everything went okay and it will be great, but this is part of the debriefing. And what I will ask is, at this stage, that the incident commander, or whoever you will decide is speaking, to explain what happened and what did they do, what did they do the right way, and what, if there is anything that they think and can share with the audience that they will do differently in an incident like this. Please, the stage is yours.
Good evening, sir. I said Sanjeev Kumar Gupta from 11th NDRF. Today, an information received from the BHU that one building is collapsed at the trauma center. Then response very fast and reach our teams at the incident place. Then इसके बाद हमारी टीम ने जो काम किया, जैसे मैं इंसिडेंट कमांडर के माध्यम से हमें जो सूचना मिली, उसके बाद हमने अपनी टीम को तैयार किया और हमें सूचना मिली कि एक गैस का लीकेज हुआ है। उसके बाद मैंने अपनी टीम को उसी हिसाब से तैयार किया और आगे की कार्रवाई के लिए मैंने अनुमति दिया। जब मैं मेरी टीम जब इंसिडेंट कमांडर अंदर गए गैस लीकेज को क्या, तो एलपीजी गैस के बारे में जानकारी मिली। एलपीजी गैस को हम डिटेक्ट करके बाहर लाए। उसके बाद हमारी डिटेक्शन टीम अंदर गई, सील्डिंग टीम अंदर गई। उसके बाद सील्डिंग की कार्रवाई की। जब पूरे कार्रवाई करने के बाद सर हमें मालूम चला कि हमारे इंसिडेंट बताया गया कि लगभग 15 से 20 लोगों के अंदर फंसे होने की संभावना है। उसके बाद हमने अपने मेडिकल टीम और स्टाफ के माध्यम से हमने ट्रायज का कार्रवाई किया, जो आपके सामने प्रस्तुत था। धन्यवाद सर।
Okay, thank you. Anything else you people want to add to what we just heard?
Thank you, sir. Basically, as per the information we received, a small part of the hospital has been collapsed due to a gas explosion, and some victims and hospital patients and hospital staff are being trapped in those debris. We have been informed by the trauma center administration, and as soon as we got the information, our team reached the incident site. After initial assessment, our team, our one SAR team, search and rescue team, started the sealing process of that gas leakage, and after that, our medical first responder team reached the incident site and evacuated the victims at the medical base, and after triaging them and providing first pre-hospital treatment and transported them to advanced medical care for hospitals. There are some shortcomings also, as I have noticed that one of the victim was unattended by our medical staff for a while, and these triaging and pre-hospital drill was performed by the squad at the incident site. But here, for demonstration and training purpose, we performed that drills at the open, from where we can show to everybody how we perform, how we tackle in this multi-casualty incident, and triaging, and after that pre-hospital treatment, and then transportation to advanced medical care. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. In Hebrew, there is a phrase that it will be hard to translate, that says, if I'll try to convert it, says that whoever stands besides see everything, including the small details and pitfalls. So it's hard. It's easy for me, for example, to look from the side and point some things, and when I'm going to point them, is not as a criticism about the system and how you work, is the things or points that we think and for us work differently, and you might want to embrace yes or no. And this is a very important thing, because when we do a debriefing at the bottom line, we try to evaluate the protocol, the procedure, how your plan is working, and not an individual who is doing the job, because it can be one day me, on the second day it can be my colleague. And the idea of a protocol is that each and every commander who has found himself in a situation should be able to perform the same activities and the same things. So I will divide my things to two parts. One of the things, the first is of course the things that we should, or you should keep, and as mentioned as good according, I guess, to the protocol, is the order of response, that each and every one of your people knows the rule and working, I guess, according to the protocol in terms of how they carry the stretcher, how they approach the scene, how do you send first the people with the detector to make sure that the scene is safe, and the other can get in a safe position, time. The issue of the incident's commander, that he was devoted to command. One of the things that we find in incidents, especially in the first minute of an incident, where we are lack in staff member as crews in the scene, that the incident commander is getting sucked into the scene and start to take care of casualties. And this is one of the worst mistakes that we can point, because when he get into the scene, he's not commanding anymore. And your incident commander did exactly what expected from him, commanding the incident. He was located in most of the time in one place that he can see, observe, and control the scene. And again, one of the things that we learned, that the incident commander should be standing in one place that he can be seen and he can see the incident. He was well recognized with his vest, and when I asked you about if you have the picture of the incident in terms of amount of casualties, you said that you have. So another big round of applause to the incident commander. Few things that, for me, as an emergency medical service personnel and a paramedic and a trainer, things that you might want to think about, and maybe you have it in your protocol and we didn't see it, is the risks assessment in terms of collapsed building. I guess you have an engineer or something that can assess the building. We didn't see it, and if we have it, it's great. One of the things that we find out is very useful is not only the identification vest that you use, is a helmet with a different color. And the idea is that all your people are wearing a yellow helmet. All of them. Yeah. Okay, so great. When we talk about the multi-casualty incidents, probably your protocol, or in general your protocol, says about that 4 people should carry a stretcher. The question in a multi-casualty incident is, how do you use your manpower on the best way? The question is this the right way? And again, it's for your decision to think about. The issue of medical care in the site itself, we try, especially in unsafe environment, to get the patient as soon as possible. And the question is, do we triage on the site of the rebels? Do we start providing first aid or medical care on the rebel? Again, different way of acting. As much as I know, for our search and rescue people, they will start doing the triage and the care on the site. And what I noticed on the triage area, that there were some points that there were 3 providers on 1 patient. And this is a thing that we don't want to see on a multi-casualty incident, because it's a multi-casualty incident. There's a patient lying down waiting unattended, and that he might be in a severe condition. Last but not least, the way that you tag and mark your patient, you use the ribbons. The question is, do you have something to write on that will provide the information for the next level of care? Thank you, Professor Halbertal. And I really enjoyed, as we can, and if we can say enjoyed, watching this tremendous pre-hospital drill, and Mickey and Dr. Bahous will continue with the hospital drill. And again, a big round of applause to all. Just a second.
One thing that when you go for a debriefing, the idea is to learn. We've done the drill, we have to learn. Yeah? So when you talk, So when you talk about the debriefing in a drill, you have to say first what happened in your view, things that you want to keep, was good and you want to keep, but each one has to say at least 3 things that you want to improve. Because if you don't say 3 things that you want to improve, you learn nothing. So at least 3 things that you need to improve, because that's very important.
In a minute. After this drill, what I learned was that we need to improve on our communication on the site and the triage center, which was a pile load of patients at the triage center. And so if we have a good communication response system between the incident inside the hospital there and the triage center here, we would have performed more better.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Good. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for all the participants. Oh, they,
now we're going on the level of the hospital.
Yes. So they can.
Thank you, Asim ji, Gautam ji.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we'll go to the level of the hospital. Thank you very much for all the participants, for the pseudo patients, and everybody that took care on that. Sure.
As we routinely get these cylinder blasts, so what happened in these injuries, we get in superficial and bit of deep burn patients. It's not actually the hemorrhagic patient we get so in the blast injuries. So the primary treatment of the burn injury, mass casualty burn injuries, and the building collapse injury has some different approaches for the scenarios. And probably nor myself and my center was equipped to handle the mass burn injuries. Or probably my friends, NDRF has also not been taken account of what we have gone inside. There is full of smokes. There must be a lot of fires inside. There will be completely blackouts. And we have to enter on those things. We must have our torches and everything. And burn victims prime triage and the simple accident triage have us a bit, we will discuss in our, but what I want to convey, that we must have more equipped for dark fire wound scenarios. Gaurav, your take?
Sir, I agree to this, sir. The injuries which might happen in the blast scenario is totally different from what was depicted here. The major injuries here was of hemorrhage cases, rather than it should have been asphyxia cases, in which there was a suffocating wounds, suffocating injuries. What I feel, I even feel what sir has told is completely right here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, this is a debriefing. Debriefing means that there is a briefing. And the briefing is before the event, and the debriefing is after the event. The briefing is to inform all the staff what is going to happen through the event that is going to start into the hospital. How many patients will come, how many pediatrics, what is the time, and so on. The debriefing is what we are doing now is after the event. I said before in the beginning in my introduction that it's very important. This is not a process of a judgment. We are not going to judge anybody. There is no right and there is no wrong. The only thing that we are seeking is how to learn and to improve ourselves for the next situation or the next event. It is very structural. As you can see here, it's very structured form how we can do the debriefing. This is something, okay, so before the hospital, into the hospital, and we go very, very systematic about all the steps that happened. From the announcement, the activation of the protocols, and the activation of the teams, and so on. And we will do something here that this is the effective way how to do the debriefing. Is just to ask the people who get the announcement, how he or she activate the protocols, and after that the triage officer who was the doctor and that is controlling the event and so on. And we write everything. After that we do the changes, and by this it always a very dynamic process to improvement. So the first thing, I don't know who was and who get the announcement in the beginning that there is an event. Is he or she are here? Yeah? Okay. Come please. Just come here. So you get the announcement, there is a problem, there is a building collapsed with a gas explosion or something.
Yes.
And what did you do after that? It's okay.
Sorry. So as soon as we get the announcement, we will brief it. We get very less time. We got not more than 5 minutes, so we give it we will give brief that the patient this much is coming, and the casualty is up to the 20. And already, as you know, our hospital is pre-filled, and we were not almost ready with any of the chemical blast scenario, although we are ready with the RTA scenario, and so we were unprepared with the PP protective equipments, but still we started.
How did you feel through this process?
So it was a wonderful but a stressful process.
Okay.
So we learned a lot.
What did you learn?
This is what we were not implementing actually. So we were in the it's a new coin term, and we know that this is an incident command system, and it's a unified flow. And he gives the information, we do it, but this is the first time we were doing it. So.
Did you feel or did you notice something that wasn't good, that you would like to improve?
Yes, I should be at the scene, and I should be prepared, and I was not aware what to tell.
How to do it?
Yeah, of course, how to do it. Okay. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how to do it, but I know what rest of the scenarios, how the things flows on. But as soon as it enters the scenario, I was present there, and the scene was almost controlled.
Okay, thank you. Who was the triage officer outside? Please.
So we welcome Dr. Prashant, who was in.
Have been the triage officer?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So what do you think about the event?
Yeah, the event was good, sir, and things has already been discussed that the briefing part was not appropriate. We were prepared from some accident, mass casualty scenario in like RTA, and suddenly we came to know that it's a gas explosion and all. So we were wondering about that, and the rest of the part was good enough.
Do you think that you controlled everything in the at the triage site? You didn't miss anything? That everything is controlled? The inflow of the patient were very easy and very smooth?
Yeah, the flow was good, sir. We were not, the bottleneck phenomena was not there. We were clearing patients as soon as we can. And yeah, we can improve if we have gathered more information regarding the victims and all.
Gather more information on the sheet, like to have more information.
Yeah, we needed more information and what kinds of patients we are dealing, because on the sheet it was written like they are all RDA patients, and suddenly we came to know they are gas explosion patients. So that part was BT.
Something else that you think that you can improve when you have been there in your position as a triage officer?
Yeah,
More than this one. This one is related to the pre-hospital. Something that you can do or change to improve the triage process, or whatever, the site of the triage, whatever, something that you can improve on that point.
Yeah, so only that prior information should be correct, and the briefing part should be good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, and more equipment staff should be there. There should be more trained and
more staff.
More trained staffs.
More training of the staff.
Yeah,
okay.
trained staffs, and yeah, the area should be defined. There should not be any crowding and all. The media people was coming, the policemen and everyone were coming in the same area. With even normal patients were coming in the same area. So there should be a defined trauma way to have for mass casualty cases. No other patient or no any other person should come in that way.
Okay.
That was the deficit.
Okay. Who was the medical director of the event? Dr. Singh?
Please.
Thank you. What do you think? You were the medical director.
Something to improve, a lot of things to be improved, a lot of challenges. So first, we have noticed that the identifications has not been synced. We have priorly kept our identification tags, and there was in one patient there was a mismatch between the number and the patient's code. So we have learned how to improve so. Then second thing was also our emergency cart was not well prepared. My few of the nurses were looking from the desired size of tubes and everything. So it was not at all well prepared. Then we have if we have around 15 nurses or 10 doctors, so there was no prior role definitions. These three will see patient A, these three will see patient B or C. So everybody was on the only two patients, and then third patient came. Few of them gone to that one. So it should be very defined in the way that is nursing officer 1, 2 or 3 for X patient and second or third. Then there was no coordination. They have police has also seen so that they have put the BP monitor, but they have not put the ECG leads. Okay. So there's something very gross. Then according to the heart rate and the blood pressure, there was some mismatch. Nobody has thought about they could have even palpated or they have percussed, whatever be your price there for pneumothorax and everything. So these things was not taken into account. They have gone for the very basic level PSC kind of trauma triage.
Who was in the, thank you, who was in the security? Who was on charge about the security around all this event? Is he or she here? Who was, yes? Okay. The security. Is he here? If not, it's okay. So this is the way that we do it. Okay, like we go from like people that they are in the important positions about treating the patient, the red patients, right, the red green, whatever, the security, the social workers, the psychologists, who was in charge, the nurse that was in charge on the event. And by this we can hear what was good, what was things that we need to change and to improve. We write everything, and by this we can improve ourselves for the second time. I would like Professor Halbertal to have some remarks about the event and the drill that was here, and he has some notices that he would like to share with us. Thank you.
Okay, so once again, thank you very much. There's no doubt that you could see that the emergency room is controlled, is managed. No, it was managed by running by the coordinator, by the rest of the people who were staying next to the beds, right, waiting for casualties, didn't walk around, so it was managed. Another thing that was really striking, because I remember the drill from 2017. And if you remember the drill from 2017, the ambulance came in and they took out the trolley, the ambulance trolley, and went with the trolley inside, and then there was a traffic jam over there. And you made a major change by that you are going with your stretcher outside, you're moving the patient into your stretcher, and your stretcher goes in, and the ambulance can go back to the scene, and because they need them, the ambulances at the scene. They don't need them to get stuck in the hospital. So this is no doubt very nice. The area of the triage officer. Yeah. The area of this triage officer, this is a strategic position. It's a good position for the triage officer because none of the casualty can bypass it. So excellent position of the triage officer, and you had the administration next to it. We already, so this is also a very good thing. Another thing to improve, few things to improve. So we talk about the patient identification. So the patient needs to be identified one-to-one. Otherwise you get confusion with the patient. So first you have to look if this is a good method, because we saw that all of them fell, right? So it didn't stay on the patient. So that's the first thing. The second thing, whatever you use in the paper, the thing for all the papers of the patient, right? So you have to have the iron number inside, okay? So, because otherwise you might have the wrong patient, especially if patient coming after a patient, you might get the confusion. So this is another thing to my mind, to change. The third thing, maybe this is the way the drill was conducted, but still, in case of mass crisis scenario, your emergency room is never empty, and within a few minutes to get the emergency room empty is not easy. So you have to decide who goes into the emergency room, right? So obviously red needs to go back into the red emergency room, and yellow probably also, but the green has to send somewhere else. You know, not inside the emergency room. Maybe this is because how you arrange the emergency room for the drill, that's fine. But you have to remember, green patients should not go into the emergency room, and that they should have a place maybe on the side somewhere with one nurse just to be with them, to see that they are not by themselves, with a psychiatrist, because most of them have stress response, but do not take them into the emergency room, because you will not be able to treat. Another thing to my mind that needs to be improved is the aprons. So though the aprons had a sticker on side, but you have to read this. You have to buy aprons different colors. Each theme or each nurses have to be different colors from physicians. Head nurses should be within the nurses, that should be different colors. Trauma coordinator was walking like this. You know, we didn't know what his role was. So trauma coordinator has to have an apron. A triage officer has to have an apron, right? Administrator has to have an apron. So everyone, different colors. The apron does two things. First, you can, whoever runs there's, you know, so many things that happen, you can see, looking who is who, and if you need to move people around, it's very easy. The second thing that is very important, once everybody that inside the emergency room wear aprons, those that do not have aprons on should be kicked out. If you are not wearing an apron, so it means that you have no role in the treatment, you should not be in the emergency room at that position. So that's also very important. פולס, אתה ראית עוד משהו? Yeah, okay. גילה?
So I just want to add my impression. I was looking from the screens and a little bit from nearby, and I need to say that it was so well organized and performed. I think it was very quiet, everybody knew his role, everybody worked together, and you do communicate inside the emergency room. The treatment of the patients before the emergency room was so organized. Everything was so clean and very clear. So I think you have a lot of what to be proud of, and I think the things that we taught today are small things that you can just improve a little bit, but you have a very, very nice program, and you performed amazing. So I want to thank everybody for the performance and for the
Okay. Anyone from the audience want to say something? Maybe Sarah, you want to say something? Anyone? So I think we learn more all the time. Thank you for the seriousness and the commitment of the participation. And thank you for arranging this. It was, I think we all learned from that. Thank you for the cooperation between the pre-hospital and the hospital. This is the most complicated thing, this cooperation. Oh, one thing. You know, at the end of the day, this was, you know, CBRN event. You know, let's say. It was a way of a CBRN event, and the hospital did not respond as a CBRN because they looked at it as a regular event. So I think this is something that the transfer of the data, of the information has to go between. So thank you very much. It was fun.
Participants of the hospital drill, please be on the stage. Participants of the hospital drill. Round of applause for them. Now we will enjoy our tea. Tomorrow morning the session starts at 8:30, and please be on time. Thank you. Sir, आएंगे ना?
ड्यूटी कर रहे हैं। आओ आओ अरे आओ। bit also what have you learned? Learn from it and what make better from it. My observation.
Just before moving to tea, just have a few more. I'm not judgmental. In between these patients for drills, we have received 4 patients. 4 हमारे ओरिजिनल पेशेंट्स हैं, तो उसकी भी रिकॉर्डिंग हुई. Let me explain few more friendly words. So we have recorded our response to our original patients also. And after the session, I will show how we have responded well or we have still chances. So first and foremost thing, we somehow bypasses the basic rules of treatment. अगर हम बीपी कफ लगा रहे हैं तो ईसीजी लीड भी लगानी चाहिए, ठीक है. और अगर हमारे एक पेशेंट पे 5 स्टाफ हैं, 4 स्टाफ हैं, एक साथ तो हमारे पास कभी भी इमरजेंसी में पेशेंट नहीं आते. 10 मिनट के अंतर पे आएंगे, 5 मिनट के अंतर पे आएंगे. तो एक स्टाफ को या रेजिडेंट को अपने नॉर्मल काम से दूर रखना है और उसको ये देखना है कि क्या हमारी प्रोटोकॉल्स में हम कहाँ नहीं जा रहे हैं. सारे लोग एक साथ जुड़ जाते हो तो प्रॉब्लम आती है. आप अपने में ही एक को इंसिडेंट कमांडर या जैसे भी जो उससे रोल में हो करो और देखो कि अगर बीपी कम है और पल्स रेट भी कम है तो ये तो दोनों नहीं हो सकता है. तो या तो हेड इंजरी है या तो कहीं इंटरनल हेमरेज हुआ है. हेड इंजरी है तो आपको क्या करना है, बेसिक बात है सीटी कराना है. सीटी का फॉर्म नहीं भरना है, हमें इंश्योर करना है कि पेशेंट सीटी कराए आए. वी आर नॉट क्लर्क्स, तो वी हैव टू इंश्योर that what we write it so it should get implemented. And it's a God grace that we are in this profession, so we have a chance to save. And being a very spiritual and religious you people, I know so God doesn't comes with mukut and bansuri, or Jesus comes with like so. These patients are our God. So we should not miss the basic tenets of the principles of the treatment, or that can save life with simple things. तो I hope आपको इतने अच्छे स्ट्रक्चर्स आए, इतने दूर से आए हैं, तो हम लोग अपने नॉर्मल पेशेंट्स को भी सुधारें. यहाँ की इमरजेंसी ठीक किया जाए, सर सुंदर लाल की ठीक किया जाए. बेसिक्स पे ही रहेंगे तो हमारे काम हो जाएंगे. थैंक्स. चाय पीते हैं.